Hello, everybody. Good morning. I would like to start the works of this meeting as we should not get too late. Many people is already online. A couple of people may be a bit delayed because of traffic in the morning. It's too cold. People get cozy in their cars. They don't want to get out of there. So welcome, everybody, and good morning. At Nova University, this Enliven meeting. It is my pleasure to welcome you all to this meeting. It reflects actually the success and all the hard work that this project has been developed in the past couple of years. This was a project initiated by a group of universities that was very actively working together. And that includes, of course, Tallinn, Novi Sad, Hamburg, Salzburg University, the University of Pisa, and Nova from the very scratch. This was a cooperation between these universities that would aim to work together in virtual learning environments as a byproduct of the terrible period of the pandemics that we went through. So, this project generated already a number of outputs that aim essentially to facilitate, to enhance the virtual learning environment, not only for students, but also for instructors, for staff, and for outsiders as well. The idea of this amazing project that was actually generously financed by the Erasmus project was to provide a tool that was comprehensive, accessible, and open to a larger community than that's strictly of our universities. It is composed of material that was fully prepared in English, but also accessible in the local languages of our own universities, and that goes from Latvian to Slovenian to Portuguese, Italian, German, of course, and all the languages are comprehended. And this actually facilitates and expresses the idea of accessibility of the project. I think this, personally from my side, was a very timely exercise of our competences, those that universities and staff and our groups have developed during these last few years. It is here at Nova was fully developed by our international relations department together with the Nova Pharma group that is focused in the learning platforms here at the central offices of the university. This group is developing nowadays into a division devoted to education. We are enlarging this group, and this shows well the importance that Nova in particular, but certainly with all its international partners that engaged in this project, pay to the growing field of this pedagogical innovation and virtual education environment pay. So this for us is of utmost importance. I want to congratulate all the people that have been involved in this project warmly, because it's really a significant step forward, not only in the material that we develop, but also in the cooperation between these too many diverse institutions across Europe, and stresses again the value of these Erasmus financing projects that are here to support our ambition to become more and more cohesive and more impactful in whatever initiatives that we have. So these are just a few words of thanks and welcome. And I would, without further delay, will pass the word to the second speaker. So thank you so much indeed, and welcome to Nova again.
Thank you, Professor João Marmach, for those kind words and for the welcome section. And we will now start with our first session from Professor António Teixeira from Universidade Aberta. Professor António Teixeira is Associate Professor at Universidade Aberta, and he heads the Department of Education and Distance Learning. And he's also a member of the board of the Council of Fellows in Eden, European Distance and E-Learning Network, as a fellow at International Board of Standards for Training, Performance and Instruction. Professor Teixeira, good morning. The floor is yours.
Okay, good morning. Good morning, everyone. Well, I'm really happy to be here. And it's a pleasure to see the results of this project and to share with you some of my experience with you. First also, I would like to start to thank Professor João Mar de Matos, the Vice Rector of NOVA, for teaching and international development, and also Dr. Paulo Costa, who have kindly invited me to be part of this session today. Well, let me share my slides. I suppose you're seeing them. Okay, it seems so. The topic that I'm suggesting for our reflection today, very short one, is exactly this one, this new learning ecosystem that is emerging in the post-pandemic age. Actually, I would like to start with something that gives us a kind of a broader framing of the question. And this is I'm just quoting Carrie Facer in a work that she published 12 years ago, called Education, Technology and Social Change. And although it's focused on the school system, it can be also applied to higher education. And she said, 12 years ago, as access to educational resources outside the school walls increases, as new tools for informal learning emerge, there are calls for the school to fragment itself into millions of personalized learning environments to become an integral part of the homes, workplaces, and streets of a learning city. The future for the school, and we could also say for our universities, in some visions of the next 2 decades, is that it should disappear. Well, what is interesting is that, of course, what we've seen and what we have experienced during the COVID-19 pandemic was not, of course, not the disappearance of this system, but the adaptation of this system. But we could also say that what we've experienced is basically a speeding up of this process that has started before some years ago and has already, as we could see from the sentence and the quotation from Carrie Facer. So what we're now having as the new learning scenarios are something like this. So we had the typical auditorium, the typical classroom environment. This is from a higher education institution, so it's a typical university auditorium. And we moved basically to a fully online environment, given the framework that we were facing, the conditions that we were facing at the time. However, as we've seen, this is also evolving to something more complex. We're calling it now hybrid learning environments, but in a way, it's more than just blending face-to-face with virtual environments. It's much more than that, as I'll try to demonstrate. So on one side, we're seeing also the universities adapting in the sense that we can no longer have these typical classrooms as before, but we are embedding the collaborative work approach that is in the grounding our methodologies with virtual elements, as we could see on the picture on the left. So students are not only interacting with themselves, but using technological devices and also having access to information outside the classroom. But on the other, on the right, we are also seeing that teachers are also adapting in this sense. In this case, this is also giving us some kind of insight of what is now a hybrid environment. So the teacher is conducting a class with students. Well, this is from the time of the pandemic, but it can be also used for a current scenario. Actually, he's teaching the students in the classroom, but he's also teaching students online. And also, we could also think that he could also be having students following it through the recording, so that not just blending face-to-face with virtual environments, but also synchronous with asynchronous scenarios, and also blended, of course, the methodologies. Moreover, we can see on the left that what we see, what we think of what is a learning environment, a formal learning environment in a university, is changing dramatically, as we can see here. And this is an example from the Hong Kong University. Students are conducting their activities. They're not just relaxing, they're conducting their activities in a very informal way, as you can see, using technology. On the right, we are also seeing the introduction of robots and other devices of this sort. So the role of the teacher is changing speedily. And as we can see here, and this is an interesting example, this is a technology that was developed by Guatemalan University, and in which basically the teachers record their lessons, as we can see, using these devices. And they conduct these lessons not just for the students that are following online, but also that are following in a physical environment as well. And so what we can, summing up, what we can see at this point is this transition from a traditional classroom that was supported by technology, in which the learning experience was enhanced by the use of technological devices, but not in a very radical, innovative way, to another one, as we can see on the right, in which the mix of these different technologies and technological environments and platforms are building up a new learning environment, which is a little bit of everything. So students can follow face-to-face with the teacher, interacting with the teacher, following online, using also non-human interfaces, using these devices as robots, accessing information through non-formal educational resources, well, all of this. And this is what is now emerging as these new, what we could call now, this new hybrid learning environment, which is pretty complex. It doesn't have a strict formula, so it adapts differently to different environments, to different kinds of institutions, to different kinds of learning scenarios. And this is the most complex part of this change and this transformation. So getting back to the student, which is actually the focus, or should be the focus of our reflection, the students are, of course, now having a digital learning experience as a continuation of their own digital life experience. So it's because they're already living online, in a sense, having this online dimension to their living experience, that university has also to follow up. So as it is suggested by this, it was suggested in this report by the GISC in the UK, it's the digital transformation of universities has to bear in mind that it should have a continuum with the environment, with the digital environment that the students are experiencing themselves in their life experience. And this is a pretty important point for the design of the digital transformation strategies. But we have to look also at another important point, which is the fact that the learning experience itself is also changing, or has changed in this transition to a network society. As this table tries to, well, basically express, there is a lot of differences in the way that we are learning today. And the younger generations are already having this kind of experience. That also implies that we change our teaching methodologies. From a content-centered, we are now focusing on a learner-centered learning experience with all of these characteristics. It's more personalized, it's not that uniform as before, it has to be more flexible, more social collaborative, more challenging, contextual, lifelike in the sense of this connection with the life experience of the students, authentic, should be also experimental, based on problem solving and on the production of digital artifacts that now serve as the evidences of the learning process. And so we have to move from a traditional environment, very academic, curricular, based also on tests and exams as an assessment method, basic tool, to a very different approach, as we've seen in the pandemic. Also, importantly, what are the main characteristics of these new methodologies? One of the first is the openness. I don't have time to get into a deep discussion on this, but of course, open educational resources or open educational practices are now seen as a part of the open science movement. And as we are opening up the science process, we should also bear in mind the importance of opening up the teaching and learning process. This, of course, is conducted by the use of open educational resources and the building up of this ecosystem of resources that are, of course, supporting innovative practices. But importantly, also is this new phenomenon of MOOCs, which is also an open educational practice or open or in some kind of open educational resource that leads to open educational practices. Well, these are some indication of the major platforms that are available. But of course, the MOOC movement, the MOOC phenomena is particularly interesting as it shows that although nobody was expecting it, it was not foreseen. If we talk to the experts 12 years ago, nobody would even think of what would be, we would know what would be a MOOC. They didn't have the clue. And in these following 12 years, it has transformed as probably one of the most important and decisive transformation trends in higher education. This is how important it is to be also open to change that can happen independently of our own intention. So, of course, these phenomena develop very rapidly. Also, now, as we can see, it was speeded up by the pandemic. But as we can, as the picture shows, it has basically been building up since the start. So, as you can see, from 2012, what is now called as the big year of the MOOC, to 2022, the continuous increase in the number of courses provided, but more importantly, also the number of students or learners that are enrolled in MOOC courses today. Well, we see here the numbers. Over 200 million, almost 1,000 universities involved. But more important than that, it's the fact that we are now witnessing the emergence of these new phenomena as MOOC-based degrees. So being from a non-formal form of education, it is clearly embedding more in the formal educational scenarios as well, and providing degrees and certification that is recognized as almost formal as well. We have 70 MOOC-based degrees already from last year. Well, these numbers are from 2021 and from 2022. I'm sorry, and also the emergence of these new phenomena of micro-credentials, which is also becoming ever more important because it is changing the way universities certify learning outcomes. And it is much more flexible, it is much more compact, and this, of course, it's much more in line with what is the need of the job market and what is needed for qualifications requirements today. Well, I won't give you, well, I won't get into much detail regarding how MOOCs have evolved, but this just, it's important just to see how broadly the importance of how MOOCs were the importance of MOOC were designed from a pedagogical perspective. So they started out as a demonstration almost of the connectivist approach that people could learn by establishing connections, random connections between them, among them, and so these generated networks of learning. From that approach, it also evolved to a more formal and traditional approach, the so-called ex-MOOCs that are mostly the ones provided, that are in most cases the ones provided by the big platforms, that are very traditional in the sense that they replicate more or less the traditional teaching methods at universities. And the third generation, that we call it almost in a sense, hybrid MOOCs that were developed in Europe, and tried to blend these two approaches by combining them, and in this sense, diversifying learning opportunities, learning forms of design, and to reach an even broader audience. So even when we talk about phenomena as MOOC, we're not talking about the unique, we're talking about the unique phenomenon in this sense, but not a very specific kind of phenomenon, because it has also different variations in it. But, well, of course, focusing now on the key technologies and practices that are emerging, apart from openness and open educational practices, we also should be focusing ever more in what we could call data-driven forms of education. Learning analytics, the use of artificial intelligence or AI agents are becoming ever more an important, a major trend. And this has to be, of course, not just embedded in the university strategies, but have to be backed by a specific learning methodology. We see it here, what EDUCAUSE Horizon Report, well, now it's published by EDUCAUSE, but Horizon Report are suggesting as the major trends for the coming years. So artificial intelligence for learning analytics, artificial intelligence for learning tools, but also the hybrid learning spaces that are emerging, the mainstream of these modes as well, micro-credentials, and of course, very important to focus also on the professional development for these new learning environments. So we have to train teachers, but also students and learners for these new forms of learning. Of course, this is just a reference to the potential that analytics have these days. So they're not just descriptive, but they can be can lead to diagnosis of the learning process. They can prescribe corrections to the learning process, and in this sense, they're becoming ever more important, not only for teachers, but especially for learners, because they can use these tools as well to manage their own learning process. So what are the most important challenges? I would focus on these four mainly. More learner-centeredness and in increased participation of the learners in the management, the design, the management, and the management of their own learning process. We're talking about things as learning co-design, peer learning, peer assessment, personalization of learning. Also, a very important trend, the evolution of the assessment and certification models. It's not just, well, digital assessment, but what I have already stressed before, is linked to the authenticity of the processes. So real, authentic, context-based assessment, innovative new forms of assessing and certifying competencies, as of course digital certification, open badges, and all of this. A third important trend is the increased learning flexibility. Focus more on asynchronous communication. But it's also followed up by an increase in focus on synchronous communication as well, learning for future skills, and so on. Finally, the transformation of the teaching learning ecosystem. So the combination of all of these aspects that we've been talking before. So open educational practices, personal learning environments, the introduction of learning analytics, artificial intelligence, the diversification of the tutoring models, not just the focus on scientific or pedagogical, but also technological, on social roles, because as it has been demonstrated during the pandemic, higher education institutions, as education institutions in general, are now having almost as an important social role as educational role traditionally. But of course, to conduct this digital transformation, we have to think of the institutions not only from the perspective of the teachers' competencies and the methodologies that they use, but as we can see here in this European framework for the digital competency in educational organizations, we have to combine the different aspects of the organization. It's not just the teaching and learning practices, also the change in the leadership and governance practices, also the change in the infrastructure, of course, in the collaboration and networking and how it is conducted, also change in content and curricula, the assessment practices, as we've seen here, and of course, a very important focus on how professional development is conducted and how reflexive teaching is conducted. Finally, what I would like just to suggest, what I think are the critical factors for a successful digital transformation of higher education institutions. On one side, the clear triangulation, if you will, this clear communication between educational research, institutional policies and strategies. So educational research should back institutional policies and strategies, or institutional policies and strategies should, of course, be grounded on educational research, and this should lead to effective innovation of educational practices, which on the other, by its side, should also then lead again to educational research. So this is a circle that should be maintained and of course promoted. On the other side of the picture, on the right, you'll see also four important aspects which, in my view, assure this success. So the combination of openness, as I've stressed before, personalization, so an ever more personal and differentiated learning experience, scalability. Of course, all of these can also only be successful if we can scale up the innovation that we are introducing, and of course, flexibility. It's becoming ever more important and so critical, the increased flexibility on the learning processes that are provided, and so on the learning experiences that is provided by the higher education institutions. Well, I'll just leave you here at this point, and thank you very much once again.
Sir Antonio Teixeira, for the enlightening words and the information. We will now go on. I would just like to remind the audience that the question and answer will have a specific session for that, and then you can ask our speakers any questions you have on that time. Now, moving forward, we have with us Professor Francesco Marcellani. Good morning, Professor.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly. Thank you, Professor. Professor Francesco is head coordinator for the Enliven project, and is also full professor of data mining and machine learning, and is coordinating of the Research and Development Lab, Intelligent Techniques for Process and Automation Optimization. Professor, you have the floor. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you very much for introducing me, and I would like just to thank all the University of Nova for the organization of this event, and also for the help and collaboration during this project. I think that we made a lot of work, and I hope that we can transmit the result we had. After the presentation of Professor Teixeira, I have just to admit that our contribution is not so large as we expected, but in any case, that we tried just to work in the direction to improve in some way this learning virtual environment. And I want just to introduce the motivation contest of our project. Of course, we had this sudden change accelerated by the pandemic from in-presence education to virtual education. And what happened that we didn't have so much time for teachers, learners to adapt fully to this new online education. Most of the time we had that the teachers really proposed that the same type of lectures, just using some recording or some video, but no really improvement was really possible for this sudden change. This was the first observation, and we wanted really to reason about how we could improve this situation in such a way that the teachers could provide really some e-learning teaching. So the other aspect was the idea that we wanted to really make, in any case, our education inclusive. In particular, we wanted to make a flexible learning path for learners in all the phases of their lives, and just to increase digital competencies for learning, teaching, research, and life in general. Second motivation was not everyone is able really to experience physical mobility. And this is a very interesting aspect because the European Commission forces us to really have approximately 50% of our students in mobility. But some of the students, for economic reason, for work, for family reason, sometimes for disabilities, are not able really to have a physical mobility. So the idea is just to provide some virtual environment in which we can really propose a virtual mobility very close to the physical mobility. Then for motivation, we wanted to share our experiences because when we have this pandemic, we were obliged, as we told before, to experiment with the virtual environment. And we really realized that we had very good ideas, just for instance, for practical laboratory, for practical experiments. We were not able just to bring our students to the laboratory, but we want to really provide, in any case, this experience to our students. What is interesting, at the beginning of our project, we make some surveys for our students and teachers. And we realized that some of these teachers didn't change a lot. What they had before pandemic and what we really provided with the virtual environment during the pandemics. So we decided just our goal in increasing inclusion, to make some innovation in learning teaching approaches, to create new form of international virtual mobility, and to make this experience of virtual mobility closer to that of physical mobility. This is not an easy task, but we strongly believe that we should have this in the future, because as I told you before, the European Commission just invite us to have this 50% of students in mobility. How we try to achieve these objectives during the Enliven project. First of all, we decided to develop short and flexible course modules to improve digital skills. We realized that for students, for teachers, there was some difficulty to really use the digital tools. So we create these flexible course modules to give the possibility to everyone to improve the digital skills and to use really these new tools for learning. Then we provide a progressive set of course modules to be able to exploit the full potential of virtual learning. These modules were dedicated to our teachers, professors, but also to our students, because we realized that sometimes the problem was also for the students to use these tools and to exploit the potentialities of these tools. Then we created new forms of students' engagement and international virtual mobility to offer a better experience to all the participants. We will discuss shortly what we provided. Then we connected in close interactive form international students and staff, and we also provide some interactive course for this. And then we enrich as much as possible the awareness of what it means to be European. This was possible using some courses that we will describe later, but we want to really give to our students some cultural competences, including knowledge of European values, city, and history. This because we strongly believe that to be really a European student, you have just to have virtual mobility, and this is one of the fantastic result we obtained by using the Erasmus project, but our students have also to know what is the Europe, what are the European values. What's about the project? We started the project the 1st March 2021. We will finish at the end of February this year. We had approximately a budget of 300 kilo euros, not so high budget, but we try just to work in the direction I illustrated before with this small budget. We use this call, this is a Erasmus call, and about cooperation for innovation and exchange of good practices. And this call was created after the pandemic, just to start to reason about digital competencies in virtual environments. The project added these partners, 6 public university European cities, approximately 220,000 students and 26,000 members of staff. And we involved the University of Pisa, that was the coordinator of the project, the Italian University, the Nova University of Lisbon, the Universitat Hamburg, the Paris London University of Salzburg, and the University of Novi Sad. So we cover all the Europe in practice. The project had as target groups students, teachers, administrative staffs, and learners of all ages. In practice, all the people you can think as stakeholders of the university. In particular, for the students, we want just to provide a better support for social interaction, and we want also to create some environment for practical activities and laboratory, also in the virtual environments. For the teaching, we want to just transmit some modules to have some specific training for effective use of Enliven environments. We just create some modules to explain as we can use these environments, but also we try just to organize some modules for building the courses in these virtual environments. About the administrative stuff, we try to improve digital skills to enhance the access of their professions, and we also think that our results are very, very interesting for lifelong learning because we can provide the digital competencies exploiting the result of our project for all the people who want to improve their knowledge about digital competencies. As you know, probably this type of project has to produce intellectual outputs, and we decided at the beginnings of the project to have 3 intellectual outputs, and we focus on improving digital skills, improving competencies in the learnings, and to deliver a ebook about guidelines for creating inclusive international learning environments. About the 4th intellectual output, improving digital skills, we just create some small flexible units of learning to develop digital competencies. In particular, we produce a survival kit. We will talk about the survival kit later. Some engaging tool, codex, webinars on correct behaviors, and so on. In terms of competencies in the learning, we produce a progressive set of course modules to be able to exploit the full potential of virtual learning. And in terms of guidelines, we produce a number of experiences we had, and we described as these experiences was very, very positive for our students, just to really fulfill the objective we had in our project. What was our methodology? Research, co-creation, testing, and dissemination. We made some research, we made also some surveys to understand what is the initial level of our university, and also to understand what really were the experiences during the pandemics. We decided what we want to develop, and we co-create together all the modules, all the result we described in the guidelines. Then we try to test all the modules with our students, with our staff, and then now we are disseminating what we produce. Of course, in terms of dissemination, we will have this multiplier event, but we have also our website where you can find all the material we produced during the project. And I want just to describe very shortly what are our deliverables for the Enliven project, so that you can really, if you are interested, find these materials in our website. You can, I hope, appreciate what we made during the project. In terms of deliverable, we have the survival kit we described very shortly before. We have a number of videos and podcasts on diversity and inclusion and on the living and behaving the digital world. And we have these guidelines we are producing. We will have these guidelines at the end of the next month, in which we describe the experiences we had, not only during the pandemic, but also during the project. So in terms of the result, we have short courses, podcasts, webinars, and modules of European competencies. The survival kit is a support for the user of basic digital methods and tools. The survival kit will be described later. And it's very useful to solve basic problems in personal computer, to protect device and mechanism, and to solve the usual problem most common platform used for learning teaching. This is really a survival kit. You can find all what we developed in terms of our kit in our website. For videos and podcast, we had videos about diversity and inclusion. In this video, teacher and student share their university's practices concerning barriers to digital teaching, structural experience barriers, group of students who face more challenges than others, recommendation to levels. In terms of living and behaving in the digital world, we had really a number of interesting videos about digital identity, data protection, scientific research, protection of personal data, rule of etiquette, acceptable behavior, and multilingualism. I want just to use the last minutes of this presentation to describe very, very shortly the guidelines. We are finalizing these guidelines in terms of creating these inclusive international learning environments. These guidelines are structured in a number of chapters and collect all the materials we produce during the project. Of course, in the guidelines, you can find some description, you can find the links to the videos and the courses we produce that you can find in the website. What is interesting in any case in the guidelines, we also collected also the practical experiences we had during the pandemics and as I told during the development of the project. In particular, we collected 37 experiences from all the universities about laboratory and practical experiences made during the pandemics online, virtually. And this is a collection very interesting because we cover different disciplines and the people can find there how you can really approach practical experiences, but in a virtual environment. In particular, I want just to mention these two experiences. The first was made in the University of Pisa, and we sent during the pandemics free of charge home kits for individual experiment, and the student was able just to make this experiment under the guide of the teacher virtually. The second experience was made at the University of Novi Sad, and they used this remote laboratory for mechatronics just to demonstrate physical experiments up to students with a web camera in real time. This experience are collected in the guidelines, and of course, all the people involved in the project is available to discuss in the future possible implementation also in other universities experience. I want just to finish this presentation with a lot of thanks. Of course, I want to thank the academic and the administrative staff in all the partner universities, all the stakeholders, in particular the students. This was really an amusing experience because we started after the pandemic. We didn't have the possibility to meet each other in presence often, but in any case, we were able just to work in a collaborative way, and I think we were able just to produce a very interesting result and a result that can be very useful for all the people in the world. I want just to thank the administrative staff of the University of Pisa for coordinating all the administrative work of the project. Of course, all the participants today and all the people who will watch our courses, videos, and the podcast available on the website and leave comments about the result of this project. Thanks a lot for all the work you made. This is the link to the Enliven project in which you can find all the results that we described also in the next presentation about the Enliven project.
Thank you, Professor Francesco, for the great presentation on the project. Thank you all. I will now ask for the next section for Paulo Belo Costa from Nova University. Paulo is an instructional designer and coordinates Nova Pedagogical Innovation. He's an academic background is in physics and has experience in the fields of arts, graphic design, both as teacher and design. Paulo, the floor is yours.
Can everybody hear me? Yes, okay. First of all, I like to thank you all for being here and face-to-face and online. And I like to thank to all the speakers for helping us with this event. So I'm going to share my presentation. Okay, so our participation in this project, the Enliven project, has represented a unique opportunity to be a part of this joint initiative to answer to all the issues that have arisen during the pandemic situation that we have experienced in the recent years. So this project arises as a response to the increasing need for flexible learning pathways for learners at all stages of their lives and for better digital skills for learning, teaching, research, and life in general. I'm here to approach the subject of developing digital competences, which was the main topic for the design and implementation of the first intellectual output of the Enliven project. This intellectual output was designed to support the enhancement of digital competences and skills for all the university community. We talk about students, academics, and non-academic staff. This stage of the project aimed to facilitate the understanding, use, and access to platforms and tools applied in digital learning. As we all know, teaching must trigger learning. In the current context, teachers are not simple lecturers that deliver scientific contents in front of their students in typical classroom. In fact, not only the teacher, but also the entire academic community must display another set of skills which relate, for example, to the ability to adapt content to increasingly less homogeneous target audiences. In a pedagogical session, teachers now assume the role of moderator and facilitator, namely towards using digital solutions as a vehicle for making the learning process more efficient. Education faces new challenges that require new competences aimed at mastering digital tools and methods. The importance of using educational technologies grows, and therefore the need to use new forms of pedagogical interaction and learning assessment. In other words, there is a need to enrich or maximize learning through technology. A new digital technology is required to know how to apply technological resources, not only as mere tools, but also as a way of effectively achieving learning outcomes. Regarding this scenario, two frameworks were created. The European Digital Competence Framework for Citizens, as we all know it as DICCOMP, and the Digital Competence Framework for Educators, also known as DICCOMP Edu. It is important to say that the first Enliven intellectual output was designed according to the principles presented in these frameworks. The digital competence framework for citizens, DICCOMP, was developed by the European Union and represents a frame of reference to assess people's digital competences and to identify gaps in their knowledge, skills, and attitudes. The DICCOMP's main objective is to promote awareness of the digital skills necessary for all citizens to actively integrate today's society. These skills are organized in 5 general areas of digital competence, divided into 21 specific competences. The first one, as we can see, it's information and media literacy, that addresses the ability to look for all kinds of information in a critical and structured way. The second one is communication. Communicating in digital world involves sharing and collaboration through digital technologies. It is essential to know how to communicate through various channels and platforms. Area 3 is content creation, that involves mastering tools, resources to produce and share digital contents. The fourth one, the fourth area, it's safety. As we deal with a lot of digital resources and content, it becomes important to know how to practice a safe and informed use of digital technology. Finally, in this framework, we have the area of problem solving. This area addresses the identification of needs and problems and its resolution using digital resources and suitable innovative tools to overcome obstacles and hurdles. Regarding education, an adaptation of the DICCOMP framework emerges with a different approach for the definition of digital competence areas. DICCOMP Edu describes a set of competences regarding educators' digital skills at all levels of education. Instead of focusing on technical skills, DICCOMP Edu aims to detail how digital technologies can be used to enhance and innovate education and training. This framework outlines 22 competences organized in 6 main areas. The first one is professional engagement. This area refers to the set of competences that teachers require to interact with their peers, students, and parents using digital technologies. The second one is the digital resources, which encloses the digital needs, the digital skills needed for content creation and modification and subsequent the responsible use of resources. Area 3 is teaching and learning, that focuses on the development of digital skills that support teaching processes, promoting collaborative and self-regulated learning. Area 4 addresses assessment, and it includes the use of digital technologies to enhance assessment, strategies, evidence analysis, and feedback. The fifth area, it's empowering learners. The importance of actively engaging students is crucial, taking into account their diverse learning needs, ensuring accessibility and inclusion to different target audiences. The importance, the fifth area, the sixth area, it's regards to facilitating learners' digital competence. And this last area lists the set of competences required to help students' digital development, such as information and media literacy, digital communication and collaboration, digital content creation, responsible use, and digital problem solving. As you can see, this last one comprises the areas of the DICCOMP framework that as we saw before. Both frameworks present the general guidelines to enhance teaching and learning in today's digital world and to support the structure of the first intellectual output of the Enliven project. As I said before, the first intellectual output was designed to support the enhancement of digital competences and skills of all the university community. To achieve these goals, multiple activities were developed in order to test, implement, and perfect learning teaching materials, supported by guidelines to promote a flexible and progressive learning. These activities target universities all over the world, lifelong learning, and society in general. These activities include the basic survival kit that we talked about before and that we are going to show later on. It is a basic introduction to the digital tools and methods to introduce the tools and methods for online teaching and learning. The second activity is an approach to the relevant collaboration and engagement tools. This activity included a survey to gather the most relevant tools for communication, collaboration, and engagement that are being used by the partners of this project, including tools for effective collaboration between students and teachers. Following this survey, a set of micro modules was created, was designed and implemented regarding the following topics: collaboration tools, engagement and communication tools, and whiteboarding tools. A third activity included video tutorials and podcasts about digital content production. A fourth activity was created to integrate information from the previous activities, exploring in more detail the subject of mastering learning management systems. A course was created on this subject, presenting specificities of LMS-based teaching. In this course, we talk about the conceptual models and dimensions of an e-learning environment, advantages and pitfalls of using an LMS, the design process of using a learning management system, among other topics. For the last activity, activity 5, under the umbrella of living and behaving in a digital world, a set of webinars was created regarding the following topics: data protection in scientific research, protection of personal data, digital identity, rules of etiquette and acceptable behavior, and multilingualism. Let's talk a little bit about the survival kit. The Enliven survival kit provides support for the use of basic digital tools and methods in response to emerging needs in today's teaching and learning contexts. It consists of an online platform that I'm going to access now. Okay, so it looks like this. It has organized video materials, tutorials, and best practices for users that need a quick introduction for some of the most common resources and solutions for digital education. The tutorials on methods and tools are associated with distance learning, were chosen according to the areas of digital competences presented in DComp and DComp-Edu. Sorry, let me just show you. Okay, so it's based on those frameworks that we saw before, and we organized it in methods and tools, but the user can make the search according to a specific need or a specific competence as well, as you can see here. So it's organized as well in need and competence according to the DComp and DComp-Edu areas. So for instance, if your need is to how to find and select content, you can select this area and you can go to this page where you can find, for instance, a tutorial regarding information literacy. For instance, if you need a specific tool, you can, you can go here again to the index, and there is a list of specific tools that you can find regarding digital education. For instance, H5P, an interactive tool for creating interactive content, and you can find here different approaches for this tool. I know that all these kind of tools and even the methods, as you can see here, are in constant evolution. So here at the Enliven project, we try to update as much as possible all this content. Regarding specifically tools, we have also, in each tool, we have direct links for the website as a way to keep updating the information regarding each content that we gathered here in this tool. So we invite you to go through this survival kit. It's available in all the languages of the project partners, as you can find here. Okay. So you see, so we invite you to explore this tool, and the link for it is already on the chat, in the Zoom chat. So keep just for ending up my presentation. Sorry. Sorry. I wanted to remember that solutions for distance learning have developed very quickly, especially during the last couple of years. And the imposition of an emergency remote teaching has accelerated the demand to deliver a class virtually. There is, without a doubt, an horizon of possibilities arising from the digital age. However, it is essential that this technological innovation be also based on pedagogical innovation. Education can use cutting-edge digital resources, but it should always rely on structure and effective learning design. The inclusion of the entire community, faculty, students, and non-academic staff in this process becomes significant, along with the capacitation in terms of digital competencies. So this was the end of my presentation. During the Q&A, I will be available for any questions.
Thank you, Paulo. Okay, thank you, Paulo, for the intervention and for showing us the survival kit. Hopefully everyone can access and give us our feedback, please. Feedback. We are waiting to have feedback, and we would like to have your evaluation on the survival kit. So on the website, we have a questionnaire that if you could give us your input, it would be great. So we can keep on improving the survival kit. Next, we'll have Professor Janica Liost from Tallinn University. Professor, good morning. Professor Janica is a business collaboration and innovation chief specialist and a visiting researcher in education robotics in School of Education Science at Tallinn University. Her researches include sustainability of technology, enhanced educational innovation, and didactics on STEM, teaching in all stages of education, including using robot integrated learning in early childhood and primary education. Professor, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. And I can say I got promotion meanwhile. Now I'm already associate professor of educational robotics. But my today's topic will be about virtual learning, how to exploit the full potential of that. and what is our contribution to the great Enliven project. I'm going to share my slides now. The role of Tallinn University in Enliven project was to create a complete e-course to support the teachers and the students of higher education institutions to improve their digital skills, to be better teachers in virtual learning environments. And all these materials are also following the approach of Decomp Edu. But today I'm going to talk about the background, why this virtual learning is so important, and why we are still struggling with virtual learning and hybrid learning. Related to our contribution, the e-course modules, they will be available on in local language at local universities websites and in English in international website really soon. So Pisa can comment on that when, but I can confirm they are there. We have seen them, we have tested them, and we have gathered a lot of feedback. But now let's move back to the stories. So first, we all remember the situation 4 years ago, 5 years ago. Yes, the virtual learning was there, but we never thought that it will be mainstreaming or that one day it might become a majority way of learning. And maybe there are different factors that prevented us. Of course, maybe there was our not sufficient knowledge about what is available, or maybe some of our colleagues weren't so digitally advanced. But it seems to us as professors that if we don't see our students, they don't learn. And then the COVID strike, we didn't see them on our Zoom screens, but we still had to have this positive bias and we had to think that they are still learning. And in the beginning, we actually just tried to imitate everything we were doing in the classroom. And you know, when you're extremely experienced professor, you just go there, you start talking, you share your slides, and yeah, then the 2 or 3 hours is over. But when talking about virtual environments, we have to struggle with a totally different problem, and it's called presence. So basically, when being in a virtual environment, we have to build an environment. And Zoom is not environment per se. I would like to ask you, where are you right now? Where is your presence? Most likely your presence is in Nova auditorium, or if you are participating from home or from home office, you don't feel right now that you are in the Nova auditorium because your presence is still here in the place where you are staring the screen. And actually, as a human beings, our presence is strongly influenced by the environment, the people we have close to us, the smells, the noise, and you know, when we were in classroom, we as teachers were responsible. We had control over all environmental smells, sound, senses, people who were attending, but now we can't control it. The only thing we can take control over is our technological equipment, at least I hope so. And otherwise, we are highly dependent on our technological infrastructure. If I'm a professional teacher, I can go to classroom, there is no electricity, I will give my lecture without slides, no problem. But when we do online or hybrid teaching, if we don't have technological infrastructure well functioning, there will be no teaching. And it's not sufficient if I have a good infrastructure. All my students have to be good infrastructure as well, and it might lead to the digital divide by students from a better or richer communities, and by students who have maybe another social economical background. So the first thing is when you decide that you want to exploit with your higher education institutions good, how to say, good basis for virtual learning, the technological infrastructure has to be there by a university, but also as a university, maybe you have to provide your infrastructure to your students. And the next step is you also have to set up a really strong learning community, because in virtual environments, there are no more teachers and students. Rather, it's a community with facilitators, with peer support and mentoring, and maybe it's something new for us. But if we don't engage our learners while having these online sessions, whether they are synchronous or asynchronous, they just get lost in the space of internet, and that's for sure. And we rather should think that when taking out benefit of active teaching methods, we will be able also start offering the personal learning path for our students, because if they want to have different type of day schedules, maybe they can benefit from purely online courses, asynchronous courses when watching video recordings, and so on. Of course, all these great good doesn't come without the effort of teachers and professors, and we all have to step out from our comfort zone. We all know theoretically that there is blended learning, constructivist learning, social learning, structure-centered learning, and we are able to give hundreds of hours of lectures about that. But are we able to implement it in our lectures? That's a question that we just can't discuss theoretically. That's something we have to do. And you know, when you do something for first time, you might fail, and we don't like failure. So we just have to step out from our comfort zone. We have to experience the failure when trying out these new digital tools. And we have to ask our students, please help me, because we are peers here. We are both learning. And coming back to the challenges, just as the environment is the most critical part of virtual environment, is we have to redefine the role of the teacher, because the result you see on the screen is actually defined by the teacher. If I'm still like the monopoly of teaching, why should I show up as a student? Because the teacher doesn't want to have dialogue with me. He or she just presents. And this social presence can only happen in a case when we are able to gather somewhere. And the Zoom is not the place to gather. We can say even that, let's imagine that we are today in the zoo, or we are today in the cafe, or we are in the, you know, the classroom on the 3rd floor you really like. So as a people, we still need a tangible environment to just keep it for ourselves, because otherwise, if you don't give me a tangible environment, I still stay at the home, and when I look around, I see my home and my coffee cup here. Okay, there are also some recommendations you should keep in your mind when starting something great in your higher education, preparing your students and the teachers for the new journey. That without technology is not impossible. When having asynchronous digital courses, the course design has to be extremely user-friendly. Also, the instructor support has to be there. The student engagement is dependent on the active teaching methods, and you have to be collaborative with your students. To sum it up, what we did. to solve your problem. I assume that if you have problem how to exploit the virtual learning, then I'm happy to tell that the Enliven project has produced you a solution, and this is a course consisting of 8 modules, including a different digital type of materials related closely to the Ticompetu, but also trying to give some advice or skills or knowledge on the problems I just described to you. So that was all from my side, and thank you so much for listening my thoughts, because I can't tell you what is happening in these 8 modules. You just have to go there, learn, and then try to implement, and then share your success with the colleagues. And also we are extremely happy if you are going to send an email to our coordinator, Pisa University, telling that these course modules changed my teaching quality forever. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you for the enlightening. We will now continue to our last presentation before the coffee break. Professor Kulieza Majovic. I don't know if I spelled it right. Professor, are you there? Sorry, good morning.
Yes, I'm here. Yeah, you're right. I mean,
Okay.
you cannot.
Sorry, Professor.
No problem.
So Professor Kulieza comes from University of Novi Sad, is one of our partners, and is Associate Professor for Industrial Engineering and Management at the university. Professor, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Can you see my slides?
Okay. Yes.
Perfect. My name is Uglješa Marjanović, and I'm coming from the University of Novi Sad and from Serbia, and I'm pretty excited to be here. So thank you for inviting me to be the speaker on this multiplier event. And today I'm going to talk about a little bit about the experience that we had during this Enliven project, about using digital platforms and to create a learning environment. And as my previous speakers was presenting main results or main deliverables regarding intellectual output 1 and 2, I'm going to tackle a little bit more on the number 3, which is guidelines for creating inclusive international learning environment. We started this intellectual output by conducting a requirement analysis. So what we wanted to do, we wanted to investigate to see what is going on in these partner universities in their countries regarding this virtual mobility. What are the difficulties that the teachers are experiencing during the COVID period? What are the difficulties and challenges from the perspective of students as well? So we performed analysis of all the previous surveys already conducted, because every university was investigating a little bit about with their students and teachers, and we also were looking on the internet, and we did some literature review, and we were investigating other difficulties across the Europe, and then we created a questionnaire which we disseminated via online survey among our partners. So from September 15, 2021 until December 15, so it's during the 3 months period, we collected 1,286 respondents for our survey. Mostly these were students, around 85%, and 15% were teachers. Regarding the gender, it was a little bit more females than the males, but we can say that this is a pretty representative sample. Regarding the age, you can see that mostly they are between 21 and 30, so these are the students. And then also we had more than 50 years, we had more than 11% in our sample. As for the academic field, the highest number from the respondents are coming from the field of industrial and information engineering, but we also had different fields such as archaeology, philology, literary studies, and art and history, as well as mathematics and informatics. So it's not only about IT and in STEM fields, but also social studies and other fields as well. So we were investigating a couple of fields to find out what are the challenges and difficulties from the perspective of the students and teachers. The first one was the digital environment. So we wanted to ask them, like, what's your experience using digital learning environment? Is this like the first time that you experienced during the COVID, or you were using it before? So less than a year, so it's kind of like a new users, we only had 10%. And then the great majority, like 90%, were already using these tools. So this was kind of like a very encouraging for us. As for the average use of the digital learning environment on a daily basis, we see that pretty much like mostly 3 to 5 hours per day is the dominant answer. And as you can see, if you take a look, more than 50%, around 60%, were using it pretty much for the whole day. So we got stuck with the technology for the whole period of our workday. As for the traveling to the university, we wanted to see like how many people were traveling and kind of like do they live in the same city where they study or where they work or where they teach or not. So living in the same large area in which the university is situated is 45%. So the majority of them had to travel. So I think this technology kind of maybe like was solution for all of them. And the average time spent to reach the university was, I would say that less than 30 minutes was 40%, and then more than 30 minutes, it's a 60%. So especially if you live in the congested area, in the big cities, where you have like you have to commute or you have the traffic. So I think maybe technology can be an answer because you can save. So 10% of the people saved more than 2 hours a day for the travel. As for the academic year 2021, when the project started, we wanted to ask, is any person or respondent already been on a mobility during this academic year? And only 9% of respondents says yes. So this was a huge challenge, like how to conduct these mobilities during the COVID. And on the other hand, percentage of online classes attended in the academic year was, if from this table, you can see that pretty much more than 75% answered, around 70% answered that more than 75% they had online classes attended. And if you take a look, none, it's only 3%, it's less than 3%. So the question is, how did they have the lectures if they didn't use any technology? And the format of the attended courses was entirely online, 80%, and pretty much 20% was a hybrid mode, partly online, partly in-person attendance. I think you can all recall that during some of the universities were allowing for some teachers and students to organize face-to-face courses in the small groups with the mask and with all this protection that they were facing. As for the infrastructure, tools, and resources, we found that mostly universities were using Moodle learning management systems, and around 20% they didn't have any options for any learning management systems. So I think this is the challenge for universities, and we could deep dive, and as we mentioned before, that's why we wanted to create this project and to help teachers and students to go through these challenges. As for the video conferencing tools, the dominant one was the Microsoft Teams. I think it was the free for universities, and this is 50%. And then the second one was the Google Classroom, and then the third one was the Zoom. And I think, yes, Zoom was very popular back then, and then it improves a lot during the previous 2 or 3 years. As for the access to the digital devices, pretty much students and teachers, they had access. So this was not a difficulties. Usually it's a laptop or a desktop computer or a tablet or a smartphone. You see that 25% of respondents says that they were like accessing through the smartphones. Internet access was also there, so there are no difficulties in that sense. And the webcam and microphone is also present for everybody. So this was not an issue. And I think maybe if you take a look, a quiet place for teaching or studying, it's always a challenge, especially if you are having your roommates or you live in with a big family in the small apartment, flat or place, and a little bit more than 30% they had a problem or difficulties how to find a quiet place to teach and study. I'm sure that many of you had at least 1 or 2 difficulties during the delivering or teaching the classes. As for the availability or support for the teaching and learning by the universities or by the institution, a little bit more than 17% says that they received excuse me, support from the university in transition from in-presence to the distance learning. And that support was mainly as through some informative email or written information on the website. So this was the mainly. Just a few universities offered these video tutorials or some online trainings or technical support during this period. So we find this as a very difficult thing for the teachers and the students. As for the digital competencies, we wanted to know like our students and teachers actually had these competencies, and pretty much the technical knowledge for teaching in these formats, text presentation or video. As you can see that number 5 or totally agree, it's a little bit less than 50% says that they had this technical knowledge. As for the managing to solve technical problems during the distance learning, this percent is less. And I think this was the most difficult one. And then the rating of digital competencies to deliver or attend distance learning, only like less than 5% says that they had these difficulties. As for the teaching and learning methods, what they use as a methods used for guiding distance learning, you can see that a little bit then 30% they have this live or streaming lessons that were recorded to make available for the later use. I think this was the most easiest one for the teachers. Live lessons that have not recorded. So this is through this video conferencing tool that I mentioned, Microsoft Teams, Zoom, or Classroom, and also teaching materials such as PPT slides or PDFs or handouts with video commentary. I think this was also very interesting one that would be also available, and also some teaching materials without anything else. So learning management systems or any other like a platform was available for teachers to upload and share with the students. As for the change of the teaching and learning methods, I would say that this question number 2, actually answer number 2, yes, I changed the content and structure a bit to fit the online mode, was 43%. And then what was very, very strange for us, almost 29% says that no, I didn't change anything regarding my teaching and learning. This can be either that they were already using these online materials, so they didn't have to change, or there were these so-called laggards, right? That persons who don't want to accept the technology. So it's very difficult to change those. And I think we all have them in every university. And as for the teaching and learning methods regarding these online assessments, we wanted to ask, did they use any online assessments? 54% says that yes, both formative and summative was used. 21% only for the formative, 7% only for the summative. And then no, I didn't use any of these. So 18% said that that didn't use any online assessments. So it's a real question: how did they actually assess the students, or how the students were assessed? So this is also one of the challenges that we found. Format used for online assessments, it was very much dominant, the oral examination through the video conferencing tools. I think many of us were experiencing those. You can provide consultations, you can provide the lectures, and also you can do the assessment over the video conferencing tools. And online quizzes via platforms were also the dominant one. And written taking home examination was also one of the answers. And then maybe some digital submission of the papers, and also presentation via video conference. It was also some of the methods. And as for the main or critical issues that have changed teaching during the pandemic, we find out that the most difficult one was that this one, difficulties in delivering and attending practical subjects or laboratories through the distance or teaching and learning. So yes, that was the pretty much the main challenge for the STEM universities: how to provide access to the actual laboratories for their students. I know that some of the universities had this remote lab access, but not many of those. So this was the most challenging one for us, and also difficulties in increasing the sense of belonging through the distance learning gained by participation, empathy, and effective communication. Many of us had to change the way how we teach and how we learn, and then this triggered a lot of difficulties for us. And I think this is everything from my side. I hope I didn't go over the time, and I think everything was running late. And if you have any questions or comments, I'm free to ask to answer, and you can always send me an email, and then I can share this also results with these things. And the whole report is on the Enliven website, and then you can access this from there. So thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you all. Okay, now we can open the question and answer panel. I would like to ask the audience and everyone to raise their hand and and address the speaker if they wish. If there are any questions on the audience, anyone? I can't see the screen. Let me see all the speakers. Can see all of them. If not, you can write it in the chat, because I cannot see everyone. No questions? Okay, let's have a quick break for 10 minutes, and then we will get back again. Okay, see you soon. Hello, everyone. We're back again. Sorry, just a quick coffee break. It's really, really cold here in Portugal, in Lisbon, so sorry. Now we will go to our next session, With us, we have Professor Ariane Arrat. Hello, Professor. Hello, Ariane. Good morning. Can you hear?
Hello, good morning to everyone.
Okay, Professor Ariane Arrat is from University of Hamburg. She's a partnership management in the international affairs at University of Hamburg, right? No,
Correct, yes.
Thank you, Professor. And now I'll give you the floor on your session on collaborative online international learning. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you to all of you to organizing this event today. And thanks for having me and inviting me to speak as representative of Universität Hamburg. I'm sharing my screen and please let me know if you can see my slides in a minute.
We're seeing it. Yes, okay, go ahead.
Perfect. All right. Well, one of our goals in the project in Intellectual Output 3 was to create guidelines on how to enable international digital learning environments. And after analyzing and understanding what is missing in digital learning environments, what my colleague Uglesha just presented before the break, we exposed ourselves to the question, what is needed to create meaningful online encounters and interactions. We were all forced to switch to online learning and teaching with the outbreak of the pandemic, and we encountered limitations, but also new opportunities. And our motivation in this project was driven by the question, how can we use the digital transformation to innovate teaching? Inclusion and the creation of inclusive international learning environments was a guiding principle in our project design. Our Enliven project involving 6 European universities shows par excellence that internationalization and digitalization are cross-sectional tasks and can function as catalysts for innovation. We all know that universities nowadays have the task of preparing all students for the opportunities, risks, and uncertainties of a globalized world, while acknowledging that the vast majority of students continue to have no experience abroad for various reasons. Global health crisis, no opportunity to travel because of closed borders, or personal, financial, social limitations. Internationalization, thus, is not limited to the field of research cooperations and physical mobility as we had it before the pandemic, but also and necessarily includes teaching and the content of academic teaching. Internationalization in the context of teaching means the integration of an international, intercultural, and global dimension into existing curricula. The groundwork is already there in most universities. The increasing diversification of the student body offers starting points for the internationalization of the curriculum. International students can contribute to teaching activities or assignments. And also existing cooperation with international university partners can be used, for example, for joint classroom projects. Offering international and intercultural experiences at the home campus for students who are not leaving the campus is known as internationalization at home. It's a concept widely known, and the link to our project is because the internationalization at home approach is receiving additional impetus from the digital transformation. Digital educational offerings expand the spectrum of possibilities for the internationalization of curricula. The use of digital learning and teaching scenarios enables greater international networking of teachers and learners. I would like to introduce an initiative to you called the Virtual International Classroom, or also known as a Global Classroom, It is a methodology that brings students and professors together across cultures in a virtual environment to learn, discuss, and collaborate. And within our Enliven project, we created a video that you can also find on our website. And I would like to use my time today to show you this video. So let me see if I can show this to you. Please let me know if you cannot hear or see it.
Are you interested in connecting with
Yes, we can hear.
worldwide and adding an international component to your teaching experience? Virtual Exchange allows you to interact with students and professors from partner universities worldwide without leaving your home campus. Virtual Exchange is a collaborative, international learning and teaching tool in a digital environment. Globalization is creating an increasingly diverse and interconnected world. In a complex and rapidly changing world, we as teachers want to equip our students with a set of key competences that prepare them to master changing technologies and to make sense of large amounts of information. The OECD Learning Compass 2030 has identified 3 transformative competences that students need to shape a better future by thriving and contributing to our world. Creating new value by questioning the status quo, collaborating with others and thinking outside the box, reconciling tensions and dilemmas by considering the many interconnections and interrelations between seemingly contradictory or opposing ideas, logics, and positions, taking responsibility by reflecting upon and evaluating our actions in light of our experiences and education. How can we help students develop these skills? Virtual Exchange addresses the following key competencies: collaborating with others, communicating across national and cultural boundaries, and project-based teamwork facilitated by digital tools. How so? In pairs or small groups, students from 2 or more universities work together on learning tasks developed by their teachers. The virtual exchange approach takes an existing local class and pairs it with a parallel course taught at a foreign university. The course can be on any subject. Teachers will continue to teach their own courses, but will also collaborate with their foreign counterparts to design a project that requires students from both universities to work together virtually. In the preparation phase, teachers align their calendars, identify projects or research questions, and design online meetings and activities based on existing coursework. Next, teachers prepare their students in their respective classes for the virtual exchange. After initial online encounters, guided by teachers, students continue to collaborate autonomously on the projects in small groups, with guidance from teachers as needed. Depending on the field of study, the project can take various forms. Students can write an article together, comparing practices and methods in each country, design an exhibition, create a website combining expertise in the subject and technological know-how. At the end of the project, students present their work and reflect on their experience. Now that you have an idea of what virtual exchange is, give it a try. Both you and your students can benefit from this enriching experience. Stay local, think global.
I hope you were able to listen to this sound as well. Okay, perfect. If not, everyone can watch this video a second time on our project's website. It's on the front page. Okay, and let me continue. This initiative shows that digitalization can be a stimulus for internationalization, and it does not mean that digital offerings must be at the expense of traditional physical international mobility, but we rather understand it as an enrichment and a supplement. And the opportunities and possibilities of the digital transformation can be used to strengthen international collaboration between universities and learning communities as a whole. We created a whole set of recommendations that may help foster social and intercultural learning in virtual classrooms and environments. And we are about to publish an e-publication with all the guidelines that we created in this project. So if you're interested in that topic, this is probably a good hint for you to take a look once this ebook is published. Thank you very much.
Okay, can you hear me? Yeah. Thank you, Ariane, for the interesting video and the information. We will now follow for the next session for Professor Doris Wieder from Paris London University of Salzburg. Professor, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Hello, everybody.
Professor Doris Wieder is assistant professor and coordinator of Salzburg Center European Union Studies, holds a master's degree in political science and doctorate in law from the University of Salzburg. Professor, the floor is yours.
Okay, so thank you very much for organizing this event. We had a similar event yesterday in Salzburg and already had very interesting discussions on the topic. So I hope this continues today. I will try to share my screen with you. I hope this works. To tell you a bit about the modules on European competencies that we designed for the Enliven project. So the idea, and I think this follows very neatly to what has just been said. So the interaction of students on a common topic, and in this case, the common topic is the European Union, but I would not want to restrict it only to the European Union, but I think it is about ideas of Europe, what it means to be European, what living in Europe means, and to have an exchange on these issues. So one task of these modules is to build a very basic knowledge on the European Union, but much more important is this idea of European competencies. So this discussion of different facets of European identity, also an engagement with European history, a reflection on European diversity. I think this is a major topic. So really discussing different cultures, different languages, what does it mean for our daily interaction in Europe? And I think one of the key Erasmus experiences the students make, for instance, is when studying at a different university in a different country. In Europe, this means engaging with a different language, with a different cultural background. And so these modules also should bring this experience to the students, even if they are not able to travel to another university. And it also, these competencies should build a knowledge on European values. So discussing different aspects of what the value system of Europe is, but also critically engaging with it and really bringing in different perspectives on this. So the modules are set up for a student exchange across national barriers. The modules are made also for instructors from different backgrounds. So the modules, and you will be able to access all the material during the next days or weeks at the project's website. The modules come with a booklet where the tasks are described, where the learning goals are clearly stated, where instructors can really use this as a kit to work with the students. Even if they have not engaged with this before. The modules can be graded, so there are individual tasks for students. The ECTS are calculated but they, of course, not necessarily have to be graded, because I think the most important aspect of these modules is really that they allow students to make new acquaintances, that they are able to create networks as they cooperate on different topics, as they discuss different topics. And the idea is also that students can better integrate into students' community. So the modules work on the one hand for students being based at different universities and cooperating within one course on these issues on European competencies. But, and in the seminar I had here at the University of Salzburg, by testing these modules, I also brought together Erasmus students from different countries with different disciplinary background in one course. And they got to know each other better. They discussed issues, where they came from, what they expect also to see in the place they study. And so they also were better able to integrate into a students' community, where at the beginning of the semester, they actually knew nobody. And then after the course, they really had a good background and had built a network. What is the module structure? Just very briefly, we always start with a short movie clip. It's 3 to 8 minutes where the topic is introduced, and I will show you a list of the topics in a minute, where the background is presented, where questions are raised. So students should become interested in engaging with the topic, and in a very concise manner, actually summarizing what is the issue at hand. Then we have background material that can be given to the students through an online platform, so a virtual learning environment where the students have access to, where they can download different materials, reading materials, background materials. The students, I mean, in some of the modules also received links where they could connect to different documents. And so they had to have the possibility to engage in deeper with the topic. And then you have several tasks for the students, where the students really, on the one hand, work individually so that they get to know more about the topic, but where they also engage in discussions with others, where they reflect on the issues, where they, and this is one of the core issues, where they should also engage on the one hand with host society, so if they stay at a different place, but also with the other students, so that they really are brought together from the different backgrounds where they come from. What is the module's content in more detail? I mean, European competences is very broad. We have 6 modules, and these modules are further divided into nano modules, and there's a video clip for each of the nano modules. We have module 1, what does it mean to be European? You always see the ECTS calculated depending on the work effort students have to invest. We have this shorter nano modules. What is Europe? What does it mean to be European? And then the motto of the European Union, united in diversity. Module 2 with the European languages and the European public sphere, divided in 2 shorter nano modules. We have module 3 on European cultures. On the one hand, cultural expressions, the European cultural heritage, but also international cultural relations. So how does Europe present itself to the outer world? And we have module 4 with the European values. On a summary, very briefly, as a kind of a pre-module, and then shorter modules on democracy, rule of law, solidarity, human dignity, human rights, freedom, equality, a module on European citizenship, and then European history, but a history, again, not only of the European Union starting sometime in the 1950s, but discussing in a broader context, how did ideas of Europe emerge in history, what are roots of European integration, then of course a nano module on the history of European Union, but also a nano module on the history, really discussing how throughout history the idea and all the different ideas of European developed, and how diversity really became a characterizing facet of Europe. The modules are very flexible because you can combine the different nano modules with each other. So you can take from module 1 the nano module on what does it mean to be European, combine it with the nano module on the European public sphere, and have then a discussion, how does this influence the perspective of European citizenship, but also how does a European public sphere and the understandings of what it means to be European contribute to the development of European democracy. So there are various forms how these modules can be combined. To give you an example, and this is also what you see on the slide, how it is then presented in this booklet that comes with the nano modules. You have the learning goals stated. So what should be the abilities of the students after going through this module? We have the short video clip, and here in the booklet, the content is very briefly summarized for this nano module on the European public sphere. I had the chance to have an interview with a Ukrainian journalist actually talking about what media, what a public sphere, meaning an open discussion about issues at hand, actually means for a free society, for a democratic society, how this contributes to democracy, how misinformation also makes the living of democracy much more problematic, and this actually should then allow students to start thinking about these issues, to start discussing about these issues. Then we have the task for the students. In this case, the task was actually to let them follow the news coverage, newspapers, or whatever media they want to choose from their home country, also in their national language, to summarize a little bit what they are finding in the national media, and to think each day about a tweet they would post. So what do they think is most important, what caught their attention, and they should then post one tweet or write down one tweet they could think about posting on European developments, and then bring them together, meeting with the other students and presenting what they found. And we did this in class, and also bringing in students from other universities. And the interesting thing was really to see how different the perspectives are, often on the same developments. And we then had a very interesting discussion how this influences our perception of what is going on in Europe and what is going on in the world. The interesting thing was also in the course I gave, I had a student from the United States and from Japan, and they brought in their perspectives, how events in Europe were characterized in their own countries. So we had a really interesting discussion. And we discussed also about media literacy, about concepts of disinformation and what this means. So this was within this short nano module. Just to give you an example how this looks in the virtual learning environment, we at the University of Salzburg, where this was tested, used Blackboard, and this is how it was presented, but it can be brought to other virtual learning environments as well. So this is how the modules look like, and if you go into one module, you see it starts with the video clip, then there is spacing reading material presented, and then there is the task for the student that can be uploaded, and this is the task that can be graded if necessary. The course was assessed by students, and I have to say I was happy because it was really positively assessed. I also asked students what was their their reason for taking the course. And of course, learning about the European Union and its institutions was one issue, and to get a better understanding of how this works. But also discussing common European challenges came out as one important point. Learning also about European values and discussing European identity. So these were open questions, and these were the answers given. When it came for rating of the task for the students, the tweets were very popular. So we had other tasks as well. We did not only cover the European public sphere, but others as well. What students also liked was to present their background, talking about where they come from and how they perceive also Europe, whether they are from a European member state or not, and the different perspectives. I also had students from Western Balkan in the courses. And so we had a very lively the discussions. Also we also made a poster about European citizenship, and this was also something the students particularly liked. So I hope I could raise your interest in these tasks, in this topic that students can really work on together, coming from different universities, and also Erasmus students to get to know better their fellow colleagues, enjoying European mobility, and I'm happy to answer all questions that come up.
Okay, thank you, Professor. We are going to now go to the question and answers. We already have 2 questions, and one is in our screen here in the chat. And I will start from Nuno Lapa, FCT Nova. Would you like to speak up, or do you prefer that I read it? I don't know if he's here. Nuno?
Hi, hello. Good morning. Thank you very much for all the presentations, and this project is quite interesting. Well, I think not only for me, but I think for all the teachers in Nova that are concerned about the innovation processes on pedagogical side. My question is about the time consuming that this changing from the classical pedagogical face-to-face method that we use into this, let's say, new pedagogical methods by e-learning or e-learning, the time consuming that this takes. And we currently see among our colleagues that to have a more adherence from their side, normally we need to consider this time, and we need to consider as a time of working, of effective work, not only on the changing from one system to the other, but also from the time that we need to support the students in these new activities. And it will take more time, I think, that the time that we need when we are face-to-face with them. And I would like to know what is your experience and your thoughts about this topic. Thank you very much.
Doris, do you have any comments?
Yeah, I can start, of course. So we had a very similar discussion actually yesterday in the afternoon here in Salzburg about time and what it means to changing. Yeah, because we were so used to face-to-face confrontation with the students, we all knew the methods very well, and how now we are in this new environment. So the first thing we said yesterday, and I think this is very true. So I think this online teaching is not a substitution of the face-to-face. It opens new possibilities, and I think this is something we have to to be aware of. So it adds to our methodological toolkit that we have as teachers. The second thing is, this is what I also thought of when I made the videos, which was actually a completely new experience for me, as to making videos, to write scripts, and then working with the students, acting now in the videos, and so on. So this was quite interesting. But one thing I thought of was also I want to have, and this is why the booklet comes with it, the different tasks also readily formulated with the videos, also to give them, those instructors who want to use it, something at hand that they just can use without going further into having to produce something by themselves, but the tasks readily formulated, and just also to probably initiate a little bit of a trial scenario where teachers know, okay, there is something ready to use, let's try it, let's implement it, and also to choose what they think works for their classes, and so on. But probably also to see how new methods work as they try those that are already suggested by me, and then realizing, okay, this works quite nicely. I can implement this myself. I have new ideas myself. So, but I think it's really something where a lot of experimentation is necessary. And what we also said yesterday, I think this is also something that we as instructors have to make very clear, that the changing technological background also puts a demand on us as teachers. And that this has to be rewarded is probably not the right word, but that is time consuming, that this is a never-ending learning process, because this develops very quickly. And if you want to make a good job as an instructor, I think this also has to be seen by the universities, and so on. So it's not only research, it's not only publication, but also teaching takes its time, and this is also necessary for being good teachers.
Thank you, Doris. Ariane, do you have any comments?
Yeah, I cannot speak from a perspective of an instructor, because I'm not an instructor, but as a facilitator, I may add some words. And I work in the international office of Universität Hamburg, and we do acknowledge the fact, and I think everyone is aware, that it takes time to prepare for online activities and online teaching. And we tried to come up with funding lines for our international virtual collaboration projects, where instructors can apply for support from a student assistant or a tutor to help at least facilitate with technological know-how in the classroom, or to prepare online material. This, of course, is not everything, but maybe it's a little bit of help to facilitate online learning. And I think it's a need that the university management has to target and to acknowledge. It's of course it's a new learning for everyone, and it takes time.
Okay, thank you, Ariane. Professor Francesco, do you have any thoughts on this sharing? Would you like to share? And then I'll go
Yes, just one comment. I think that this project was interesting in this perspective, because it gave us the possibility to start to reason about these topics. And I think that this is a very open problem in all the universities in Europe. And we want just to transmit that what we made during the pandemic was not really the use of virtual learning environments. I mean, we just had some tool, but probably we were not able just to exploit the potentialities of these tools. So I just consider this project as really a starting point in the university, not only the University of Pisa, but also the other universities that contribute in this project, because helped us to start to think about what we want to do with this digital learning in the future. I agree with Doris that we don't want to replace the in-presence learning with virtual learning, but I strongly believe that for some specific topics, such as inclusion, for instance, we should think about this potentiality in the future.
Okay, thank you. We have another question from Rita.
Hello, Rita Falcão from Nova. First of all, I think I'd like to congratulate this project because there are so many tools and modules developed that it was really a very productive project and I think very interesting. And my question goes in this in this way. So I would like to ask, so it's a complex question, the same question with 3 different parts. So can these tools and modules and instruments be used by the partners of Enliven in different contexts? And I was listening to all these tools and I thought it could be used in different contexts, for instance, within our European Alliance, or for instance, for our foundation students that come from many different countries. So this is the first question. Can it be used by the partners of Enliven in different contexts outside the activities of the project? Can these modules be used by other universities, not only the Enliven partners? And another thing I was asking, and this is a little bit more technical, is this possible to export from the existing learning management system and import it in different learning management system? Okay, so three parts of question.
Okay. Okay, which one do we want to start? Paulo, maybe you want to add some information on, is the survival kit flexible?
Hello. Of course, the survival kit is a flexible tool, and I hope this is kind of tool that is going to go beyond the Enliven project and used for in each institution inside the project and outside the project. And of course, it's as I said before, it's a work in progress. A constant work in progress, because there are always appearing new tools and new resources for digital learning. So I think everyone is welcome to use these tools, this specific tool, in their institutions for enhancing their classes. So.
Doris, the course, is it available outside the partnership? Can, like Rita said, use it as a flexible model for anyone besides the consortium?
Yes, I guess so, but I think this is Francesco is probably better able to answer this about the usage. But yes, I think it can be freely downloaded. It is available at the homepage of the project very soon. I think next week or so, and then there is the possibility to work with it. What about the different environments? I mean, we had this. I mean, I had it, of course, in the in our university environment, but when working with other students, it worked quite well. We did not have a shared environment, so it worked quite well with Dropbox even, because you could actually put the desks there, you could put the video there. You shared the link with the students. Everybody had access, so it even works in this environment. It can be adapted to every virtual learning environment where a video and texts, PDFs can be uploaded. When working with different universities, I had the arrangement. I mean, the universities, the students within our university, we have the possibility in Blackboard to set up assignments where students then can upload the work they did. But with the other students, we had the agreement, they sent it to me by email. So this was fine as well. So I think it's quite flexible with adapting to different learning environments.
Professor Francesco, you have the floor.
I just reply that yes for the two first questions, and I hope that a lot of people just can use the material that we produced. For the third question, we have just to explore more. It's not so automatic. Just to pass from one environment to another. But I want just to point out that the real problem is not really to make this material available now, but the real problem that we should also guarantee in some way some maintenance of these materials, also just some update, because we talk about some technology and we should really guarantee some update. We have to discuss this topic in the next meeting in February, just for the sustainability for this project. And of course, if there is some interest from other university or from other people, this is a very interesting element that we have to take in consideration in this discussion.
Okay, good. We have another question.
Hi, everyone. Just a quick question, and I didn't have the opportunity to attend the European competences modules, but I would like to ask something, and I don't know if this evidence is available. How is the perception of the European competences, mainly at the European values level, the European competences curriculum towards non-European students? Thank you.
It was quite interesting. So in the course that I had, there was one student from Japan, one student from Colombia, and two American students also participating. We had also students from non-EU member states, European students, but non-EU member states, mainly Western Balkans, so Albanian students from Kosovo. And it was actually really interesting to see, because we had, when the European students were looking at bringing in their perspective as being European, we also had this reflection on from the external, from the non-European students, on what they think is different, how can it compare, can they relate to it, do they also their understanding of Europe, the European Union, the diverse cultures in Europe. So this was actually quite interesting to see in the discussion how this developed, how the comparisons were made, how they asked questions about Europe, how they related it back to the experience they saw, how the European students actually then also discussed American perspectives. We had, for instance, the Japanese girl. So I had one task when it was about European identities, that everybody had first to present where he was actually, or she was actually coming from, and how the national identity looks like, and how then this relates to Europe. And then the Japanese girl, very interestingly, presented us with a completely different map of the world. So where the perspectives were shifted, and she said, okay, that's how I look at Europe, and this is how my world looks like when I'm back home. So, and this then led to quite interesting discussions. So I think it really strengthens the competencies on both sides, also for international students, to really learn about, not just that we tell them, look, this is Europe and this is how things work here, but that they get a feeling of what it actually means to be in Europe, how Europeans think about themselves, how they think about the rest of the world, that sometimes a student from Poland has a different perspective than a student from Spain. Also, this was a topic that we brought in. And so we had quite lively discussions also in the international community, so to say.
Okay, thank you, everyone. We will now forward to the next section because we have a schedule. So now I would like to invite Professor Rodrigo Adão Fonseca to talk to us about the challenges for education in a world under digital transformation. Professor Rodrigo Adão Fonseca is CEO for the company Futura Law and Tech. He managed risk, cybersecurity, and data protection.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's see if everything is working. Yes. Okay. Desculpem, aqui não tem. Thank you very much. First, please apologize for the fact that I didn't make it to be earlier, but I'm not feeling well. So I made an effort and I still be here to make the presentation. Let's see. Okay. Many people working at the same time in this. Okay. This is not working. No worries. Maybe you can assist me.
Yes.
No worries. So while we are trying to connect here, okay, my name is Rodrigo Adão Fonseca. I'm the CEO of a company that is Futura, and my participation at Nova University results from the fact that I'm the data protection officer, the DPO of the university, and I was recently appointed also as CISO, Chief Information Security Officer for the university also. So part of my work, and that's why I'm also working in this project, is that, as you will see, I'm quite worried about awareness, and we will see why awareness is so important today on cybersecurity and data protection. And through this effort, I produce a few films, a few content that we offer to the Enliven project. And that's why Paulo invited me here to share part of the ideas that result from my work and my content. I may say that I'm not only serving here at Nova University in the same role, I work with other companies, for example, with Media Capital, that is the largest media group in Portugal, or retail companies, large retail companies, the Ministry of Defense, law firms. So my perspective of awareness is not only in the education and in university environment, but also how do we share content through this new digital transformation world in a moment that may, even in companies, people are moving home. Okay? So this is my main concern. So the first thing that we should highlight is almost a cliche, but we are facing a digital transformation. Why? Because of the opportunities. Okay? Digital transformation is the result of what we know that are the opportunities that reduce costs and also shape the way that we relate with information. Okay? But new opportunities bring new risks. We have, with the new risks, we have mainly, and this is my concern, the cybercrime. And at the same time, we see that lawmakers they understand they need to regulate these new risks. So in the last years, we assist to a huge effort, mainly from the European Union, which is leading in the world this regulatory framework, not only with the GDPR, but also with the Data Governance Act, with the e-privacy directive, with a set of regulations that force us to communicate and to transmit the new rules. What they want, what we need to do is to shape tools, processes, and behaviors. This is the way we manage risk and we reduce risks. And as you may see, we have the people there, behaviors. The main focus on risk today are the people. There's always, this first part is maybe something that all of you were already aware, but maybe this one is the most difficult part and is not so obvious, which is we are facing a huge digital transformation because opportunities are tangible. And we see, for example, how nice is to go home and connect a computer and work from home. And we saw that on COVID. We know that how good it is to have food at home by just browsing in our phones. So all these opportunities and the advantage are easy to project. But then it's not so easy to anticipate risks and to forecast the risks. And so we are quite naive sometimes when we move into technology. And we anticipate the good part, but we don't anticipate the risks. So our main challenge is how to measure the impact of the different risks, and that may arise from this enthusiastic adoption of new innovative digital forms. For example, last week I was involved in a reflection regarding the use of metaverse in universities, which was a forum created here by the different universities in Portugal to discuss that. And most of the people were not aware of the impact of the metaverse, for example, through our biology, because now we are talking about the huge immersion that results from the metaverse, because the metaverse is how do we immerse people into a different environment. We know there are studies that prove that our biology is not prepared to that level of immersion. People with that classes cannot handle more than 1 hour, 2 hours without headaches. Okay? So simple things like we cannot put people working 8 hours per day in the metaverse. Why? Because our biology don't accept that. Okay? Then we have huge impacts regarding, for example, rights of personality. Why? The avatar is something that belongs to us, is something that is different from our personality, or is part of our personality. Because if it's part of our personality, we cannot sell it. If it's just a projection of us, we can sell it. Okay? But nobody knows exactly what this means. So we create an avatar of ourselves, but if it's part of our personality, we can be victims of sexual harassment. If it's not, if it's just an expression, we cannot. So there are huge impacts regarding only metaverse that nobody knows exactly what it means. But at the same time, we see in the news every day, everybody's saying metaverse is fantastic and is next type. So we are truly enthusiastic about the adoption of metaverse, but we are not really good thinking about the impacts. So now, again, I need your support to pass on. Okay, sorry. So this is my concern. Okay? This is my concern. So you can pass this one, okay? But this is also something that I have to do because the law forced me to that. It's not just something that I have to do because I want, but being a DPO means that we need to tackle the awareness raising and training of staff. Just for example, for privacy, and the same for cybersecurity. Okay? You cannot imagine when we do these phishing simulations, how many people are so naive in the phishing simulations. Okay? And ever and ever and ever again and again and again, and it's so frustrating because people have the type of behavior that we cannot imagine how it's possible. For example, if you don't give your key to a stranger, why do you provide your password online so easily? This is so obvious, but at the same time, it's not so obvious as that. I don't know why, but the digital interface put us so naive. Okay? Why? The same with fake news. At the same time, we also need to support people measuring risk in data privacy impact assessments. Which also do we teach people to anticipate risk? When we are kids, we know that fire burns. Okay? How do we put the digital risks in a way that they are intuitive to everyone? Okay? And we will see why it's so difficult to do that. Okay? And sorry. Why is it so difficult to disseminate this? First, because the legal language and digital regulations formulas are not always intuitive. I may say that by the end they are counterintuitive. For example, we read the GDPR and people need translation. Because the way that the lawmakers decide to write that make this so difficult to the people. But at the same time, we need everyone to understand this because we cannot force behaviors by paper. We need the people to understand how they behave. So this is really difficult. We need to raise awareness and translate this into a language that everybody may understand. The second part is that even us, we have difficulty to project and anticipate and understand the risks. Why? Because digital risks and threats are always changing. Okay? For example, insurance companies today are panic. Why? Because they like risks that they can model. They like to know that an older lady with 60 years will have the probability of having an accident of X%. And with lots of information that they have from the past, they can model and project the impact in the future. The problem in cyber is that every day they are changing the way they have threats. So how do we model the threats that are just arising and being built in the future? Now, today someone is in China and Korea, wherever, building a new type of threat that we cannot anticipate. We need to be prospective. So how do we teach and prepare people in a prospective way to risks that we don't know? This is a huge difficulty that we face. Right? So, basing on that, and I'm not taking too much time because most of this is something that you know, okay? Most of the challenge in digital transformation on education, we may resume it here. Adoption and integration of technology in classrooms. How do we address the digital with equal access to everyone? Okay? We saw that in the COVID. Kids without no internet at home or with no tablets. Okay? So not all may do the same. Even here in Nova, we have that problem with exams and evaluation. Many people move home and not all have the same conditions at home. So it was not easy to be inclusive. And this is a huge problem because we cannot assume that everyone are in the same path. And even in companies that happen, because most of the companies were not prepared to have everyone at home. and people start using their own computers, their own internet at home. So this is not something that is so simple to solve. Then how do we have professors teaching in a new environment, and how do we prepare them to that? Okay. For example, my base is management and law, and especially in law, we saw many people that are not prepared to teach online. Also we have teachers refusing to teach online, okay, because they cannot just do it in the same way. So this is something that we will see. Then we have data privacy and security. Okay. We have funny situations here, others not so funny. One day we had a student in class having shower while he was in class. This is a huge problem of privacy. Okay, and people took screenshots and share it. It was a huge problem. Okay? And I'm saying this because all the university and community already knows that. Everybody saw that. Okay? And we have other type of things that I cannot tell you that were really problematic regarding this type of users. Part of this result from the inexperienced use of technology. Okay. Then adapting curriculum and assessment methods, we will see also that. How do we balance technology with traditional teaching methods? I love technology. I don't like this enthusiasm going through things that we never tested. Okay, and we don't know the impacts. How do we incorporate the new skills in education? And finally, measuring the effectiveness of technology in the outcomes, especially evaluation, as we will see. Okay, so just one. These are the current trends that we may easily find whatever. These are my conclusions, right? So this is part of my experience. Don't see these as scientific, because it's not, but it's the result of the work and the reflection of a large team that is really putting this on the agenda of our corporate priorities. Okay. The first thing is that this is my main concern, is the impact of technology in human behavior. Okay. And the first thing is that we need to balance technology with critical reason. The adoption of technology cannot substitute the capacity of a person to think. Everyone is seeing the chat AI result. I have a joke for you. The previous slide was prepared by chat AI. Which is scary. Okay? But what we cannot do is to reduce our critical reasoning. And how do we balance all these things that technology offers us without effort? Okay, and how do we not turn ourselves into digital slaves? Okay, so the topic is foster critical reasoning. Why? Because we need people prepared to think in a world where we have a huge use of technology. Okay? And this is only on teaching. If we don't teach people to have the right literacies in the right preparation, if we don't prepare the people to think rather than just produce, which is different, okay? People can be good producers, but not good thinkers. Okay? And my main concern is how do we put people thinking? Why? Because when we are talking about risks, and this is my concern, I need people that think. Okay? I need people with critical reasoning. Otherwise, they will not foster risks. And I think this is a main worry for everyone. The second part is that at the same time, we need the content to be appealing. Why? Because the introduction of technology can make things boring. I was forced to teach sometimes through Zoom, and it's boring for me, and I cannot imagine how boring can be for the students. is depressive for both. Okay, so we need to think, how do we change that? And if we see this with the first one, how? Self-learning is really important. Self-learning is a good way to prepare the sessions and at the same time to put people thinking and develop critical reasoning. So one of the things that I think that is a good point to the future is just, we are just talking about lines of thought. It's not, everything is open, is how do we create good content that will prepare people to think? In the same way that we used to study on law, especially all the manuals. It was impossible to graduate in law without study a lot alone, okay? Without a huge sense of sacrifice. Today we have technology and we can put this even more interesting. Okay? But I'm not seeing many people thinking about the pre-content that will put person study alone and develop the critical reasoning. The same time is that we still need synchronous sessions. We cannot put people alone because it's the huge risk of digitalization is isolation. Okay? So we need to find ways to put everybody discussing in a good way. Okay, in an attractive way. Okay, but we cannot just replicate traditional classroom on the platforms. So how? Technologies, for sure. I graduated in a law school, in a business school in Spain. Yes, a business school. I took there my MBA. And they have a huge investment in the new type of classroom where interaction is really strong. The professor is on the center. He has one screen for each student, and the level of interaction is really strong. Okay? It's a lot about technology. And they are investing, okay, a lot. And with 5G and 6G, we will have more potential for that. Okay? But this will be a huge opportunity. In 5, 7, 6 years, we will have a person here in the stage that is not here. And it will be able to interact. And this will be very good in terms of a sense of attraction and attention, which is something that today is really difficult to capture the attention of the students. And we all know that. We all pass from the same experience. It's really frustrating. And I'm not sure that it's not causing even depressions and in professors, some of them. Here they put me taping classes. I was speaking with no audience, just for a computer. And they sold that. It was the most difficult task of my life was to speak to myself. I even asked to put 3 people in front because I was not able to speak and do this for 45 minutes with nobody there. But it was necessary to just speed up, okay? But it's not a solution. Finally, and this is something that we have in Portugal, huge problems, and in Europe, huge problems due to proctoring and the use of proctoring. How do we guarantee the integrity of the academic evaluation and we maintain the public faith in the diplomas? Okay, because if you graduate in medicine, I think it's good to have faith on that diploma. And we saw during COVID, universities that skip evaluation. And then we try to use proctoring, and we have the data protection authority saying, you cannot use proctoring. Proctoring is a tool that allows you to make an exam online and guarantee that there's integrity. Okay, but they may use, and yes, maybe you don't have integrity, then you have the problem of biometric data, then you have the problem of intrusion of a software in your computer. So then we have huge problems. And then we have to balance all this tension between security, privacy, the public faith of the diploma, the right of the student to have a diploma that people believe is good. Okay? And we can only do this in the future if we have technology, because if technology is the problem, technology must be the solution. Okay? So there's no chance to do this just by law. Okay? We need technologies aligned with law, but we need technologies. So the last challenge is how do we find the proper technologies that may maintain these values, okay, these values of public faith, of integrity, and at the same time without jeopardizing privacy and security, for sure. Okay, and this is a challenge for the developers, right? And we will need to have without no preconceived ideas and with an open discussion in academia and with the regulators and even with the developers of these technologies to discuss. And here in Nova, we discuss a lot with the providers and with the national authority, and we were able to use it legally. The University of Minho, they were put in a situation where they had to cancel. Okay? And we in Nova, transparently, we had the chance to do it. Why? Because we pressured the provider, we changed the contract, we forced them to adapt a few requirements that were not totally compliant, okay? And we do this in a transparent way, discussing this with the authority, directly with the president of the Portuguese authority, okay? And we saw in other countries, people going to court and having court decisions. So this was a huge problem in Portugal, in France, in the UK, in the Netherlands, everywhere you have students that they don't want to have evaluation, you will have problems. Okay? And people trying to fight for their rights at the same time, you had problems, and we had to balance. I may say that our experience was good, was difficult. We even have to discuss that with the students' conditions in a few faculties here. But we do this transparently. But it was just a start, okay? Because we think we need to improve a lot on this. Because by now, the technologies that we are using, in my point of view, are not proper. Okay? We need to improve them. Okay, so this is more or less the result of my experience. Some of these things are obvious for you. Some others are the result of Chatai, which is also nice to have. And the others are the results are not so obvious. And I think that it may invite you for the challenge. I may say it was a pleasure to participate on this project, to give you content. We create 3 or 4 films, I don't remember, about privacy and GDPR in the scientific research, which is the main area of preoccupation at Nova. Okay, so the biggest risk that we believe we have here is on research, okay? Especially on social sciences, medicine, and others. Okay? And when we process large database of data, so we are doing a huge effort to be near our researchers, which are more than 3,000, to guarantee that they comply. So we put that result of our research in these videos, and we are doing more in this. Okay? So it was a good result. I may say, Paulo, that the new set of videos are even better. So my team is working every day better and better. And everything you need from my side, I know that you like the videos. So please be my guest. And thank you all for your time. If you have any question and report, please.
And maybe you should add that we are going to have a webinar soon
With the videos.
With the videos, and we'll set the dates and we will share with everyone, and we invite you all to go to this webinar as well.
I may say that we prepare a teacher that is our online teacher on Animator, and he move when I move.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm speaking to the computer, and the image that is replicated is a cartoon, but he even express my feeling. Okay, so it's really good. Why? Because the time of typing is really fast. We don't take too much time producing, and the result is really funny. Okay, so is the base part, the technology that we are using was really fun. So it was a good opportunity also to test. So I was just on time. Okay, please.
The webinar will be probably by the end of February or beginning of March. Yeah, we'll set these dates.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay. Sorry. Me again. Okay. Now for the next session, we have Carla Portela from the Entrepreneurship Innovation Office from Nova University. She will present briefly the eDesk project on digital and entrepreneurial skills for European teachers. Carla, you have the floor.
Thank you, Oline. The pointer works.
Ah.
Does anyone hear Carla?
Can you hear me? Can just not more or less?
No? I'll give you this microphone.
Better now or not really? Kind of.
No. Okay.
¿Te quieres? Oh, can you hear me better now? Okay, I'll use this one. Technology should help us, but sometimes it makes it harder. Don't have? Okay, just set my timer. So good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for the invitation to be here. Today I will be presenting and talking a little bit about eDesk, which is another project that Nova is participating, and I'm the one coordinating the Nova side. So I was invited to give this talk and explain a little bit about what the project is about. And it's in touch with what Enliven is doing as well. But we try to, in this project, to develop the digital and entrepreneurial skills for European teachers. But this was born in the times of pandemic. So what we tried to do in this project was to create or to develop these digital and entrepreneurial skills focused on a hybrid context, because that's where we were. The pandemic happens, we were online. Little by little, we started to go back to the physical environment, face to face. But what happened was that there was a lot of people that were also still online. So we decided that this should be focused on a hybrid context, and how can we make this happen simultaneously, face to face, but also in the digital context. So the main goal was to prepare our European teachers and educators to use meaningful education and pedagogical tools and develop these entrepreneurial skills at the same time, but in this hybrid context. The eDesk partners it's this consortium, so it's composed by CISA, which is the Entrepreneurship Center in Santander, Spain, Nova University, the La Parenta University of Technology, which is in Finland, Cantabria University also in Spain, and the Zagreb University. The main results or the project results that we are aiming for this project, so what we proposed was to first develop a methodology that would focused on these methodology, pedagogical innovations, digital skills, entrepreneurial skills, but focus on a hybrid context. Then we decided to prepare a MOOC, a digital training platform, because we cannot deny that we need to be online and to give access to a broad spectrum of people. We decided to do and to give access to all the educators around the consortium and the world to have access to this training. We also wanted to develop a hybrid pilot experience and a toolkit for the educators. And in between, we made a staff training, which was focused on bringing the educators from the different universities to Lisbon and to give them practical training face-to-face. You will see how that happened later on. But the idea was to be face-to-face and give these educators the opportunity to be discussing these topics and these issues and to develop their own portfolio. So the first result, this is not available online yet, but of course we can send this to you if you guys want. We developed our methodology. This will be online very soon. It's just that it's being reviewed by our quality assurance team. And what we tried to do was to gather all what is out there in terms of references, and do the state of the art about the different types of teaching modes online, either a hybrid or a blended or online or flipped classrooms, etc., to make sure that we would collect all the information available, but also in terms of the entrepreneurship education and what are the challenges involving in the entrepreneurship education and in these new contexts from the traditional to the now online and then to the next one, a hybrid. And then so the methodology has a lot of different topics. I invite you all to read it later on. But the main goal was to make this assessment of what's out there. How can we improve it? How can we implement it in a hybrid context? And we also brought into this project a digital tool that was being developed on another project by our partners in Croatia, which is the one that is called Balanced Learning Design Planning. And this tool, so we believe that we should try to take advantage of the fact that some tools and projects have already developed a few things, and to try to leverage what is out there instead of repeating and redoing the same wheel over and over again. So we brought this tool into our project as well, also to give them some visibility in one way, but also because it's a super interesting tool that we invite everyone as well to use. And the main goal is to try to, starting from a learning outcome, to develop all the activities, resources, and assessment methodologies that you will need to develop a balanced curricula for your classes and your students. Okay, ele cansa-se. It gets tired after a while. So that was the first step, the methodology. And then, of course, that we also wanted to, like I said before, to create a massive online open course, which is a MOOC. That is the main goal of a MOOC, is to be accessible to everyone. And in this MOOC, what we decided to do was to develop around 11 different modules, and it's based on the MediaDax platform, which is a Spanish e-learning platform, because our partners from Cantabria were the one leading this task. And I will briefly go through the modules. So in case you are interested, you are more than welcome to go to the MediaDax platform. You register, it's free, so you just buy it, but it's for free. And we invite you all to participate. It would be awesome to actually have your input and your thoughts on the project. And basically the different modules that are there. I won't go through all of them. I will just highlight two of them. But as an overall view, we go, as you can see, we go from, of course, an introduction, but also different competences and skills in general. This concept of how to develop these entrepreneurial competences and what the world really needs. So we have examples, and we give a real time for projects to present themselves in these modules. We go through relevant pedagogical approaches. And then the one that I wanted to highlight, which was the next one, evaluating the digital teaching and learning skills of students and staff, was the one that was organized by us. I'll see if it works again. Yeah, and basically this module had two main goals. So first, to give them an understanding of how technology and learning can help educators to improve their classes, but also to understand what are the digital competencies that our educators have at the moment. So what we proposed in our module was, on one hand, to assess what the professor or what the educators already have in terms of digital knowledge. And for that, we used also this digital competence wheel, which is it's also a project that it's out there, and we thought that it would be important to bring it to our project. And the main goal or the importance of having this digital competence wheel in this project is that we could assess what people already know in terms of the digital skills and what they need to improve. So what we did was that we embedded this digital wheel in a landing page that we organized, and then the educators were invited to do this assessment, and what they would get would be this graphic in terms of information, safety, communication, and production, and each one of them goes into different topics. For example, information talks about storage, search, critical evaluation, and self-service. And as you can see, depending on your analysis, you have a better knowledge on one area and then the other. And what we did to complement this was to get a database of how can you be better in each one of these competencies. So let's assume that your result would be like this graphic. So you see that you should improve your knowledge in terms of storage or in terms of critical evaluation for the information parameter. And what we would do was that, okay, go to resources, like over there, and you could have access to all the resources that we dig in, that it's online, like a manual version of ChatGPT. But we tried to gather all the information available and put it there to make sure that the educators could improve their knowledge considering what they did in their digital tests. So then we would be able to, if they wanted to, reassess and see how they improved considering the first stage. And then the second that I would like to highlight, like I said, I invite you all to go into deep details into the MOOC afterwards. But the other one I wanted to highlight was the learning resources. And for one reason, which is the first one that we actually suggest, is again Enliven. And I think that this cross-fertilization of projects, it's the most important thing, because you can highlight projects, but you bring the best out of each one of these projects to complement, to improve, and to make the projects better. So what we did is here in our learning resources is that we have this list of different software platforms and additional information that educators can use to improve their digital knowledge. And in Enliven, it's actually the first one. It didn't change just because of this presentation, by the way. That's how it is. Oh. And then in between, so this is halfway to the project, we have the staff training. This was the group that was participating in the staff training here in Lisbon. And what happened when we designed the project was that the staff training was supposed to be a face-to-face moment. We wanted to bring the educators here to have this moment where they reflect together, they discuss together. But then what happened? COVID happens again, and then we had to, from one day to the other, to make it hybrid. So it was basically when we were just coming back to face-to-face moment, then the entire team from Croatia had their flights canceled. Other people were sick. So basically we had to, from one day to the other, to reinvent ourselves and actually do this in a hybrid context. And this was challenging in several ways, but it was also important because we do know, and all of you understand, that having a hybrid context, it's very tricky because we are talking to a consortium that actually may have some facilities that allow them to do a hybrid classes, but a lot of the faculties do not have access to all these instruments that allow us to have a hybrid context. So this was challenging in several ways. And the main idea was actually to take advantage. Okay, so we are now in a hybrid context. How can we actually make this work? And what we decided to do was to work on this context, in a hybrid context, on how can we actually plan, execute, and assess hybrid classes. So we did this exercise from the MOOC. So everyone that were participating had to see the MOOC, from the MOOC to the reality, and within their own institutions to understand what can we actually do considering the facilities that we have. How can we actually implement this hybrid context in our own house, in our own classes? So we went from the big picture to the small inside information for each institution. And then what we did next was to try to get a moment where they would share their experiences, their difficulties, and their, you know, their possibilities between different institutions, so that they can drink from a little bit of each one of them to improve and to see how can they actually help each other into making, along to their own possibilities, of course, but a hybrid learning experience. And then we, of course, we showcased some of our institutional cases. In this case, Nova IMS Innovation Lab, that maybe you don't know, but if you want, in the college, there is this bunker, which is actually a super innovative space lab that you can have all the facilities to do a super realistic version of a hybrid experience. They don't have the hologram yet, but I think that if any school is going to be the first one, they will be the ones. And also the NMS, which are also changing the facilities of one of their buildings to try to make it as friendly for hybrid teaching as possible. And most of all, although we were in a hybrid context, we were trying to still take advantage of the fact that we wanted to, we were in a face-to-face module moment, and we wanted them, or each one of them, to assemble a portfolio of their own resources and what can they do tomorrow, the next week, in the next month, in order to try to create a class that was in a hybrid context. The last phase, which is where we are at the moment, we are implementing the pilots. So we invited each one of our educators that were participating in the staff training, and the others, of course, to challenge them and to invite them to implement an experience in a hybrid context. They needed to do one, but they could do 2, 3, a semester, a year, implemented for good. What we want to do is to make sure that we guide the educators, we give them the resources, and we help them along the way into implementing something that is hybrid. So this was one of our last sessions where we were actually discussing one of the programs that we also have at Nova, which is the inter-observation program, and to help the educators to watch one another in a hybrid context, to adjust the resources and the materials for a hybrid context, and see how we can improve. And they give, in the end, the result. And my time is over. And they give them the result of their report in order for the educators to improve in their own classes. So this is basically the different local workshops that we are doing for each one of the for the educators that are participating in these pilots. And of course, our partners, the consortium, everyone is doing it in their own countries. And we are now implementing or working with the professors to define the resources that they will use in their classes. And maybe in the next meeting, we will present the results. Actually, our multiplier event that you are more than invited to participate when it's time. So the next step is to compile all these results from the pilots, of course, and develop our toolkit to give like a kind of a hands-on toolkit, easy to implement. This is the minimum that you should do. This is do the best that you can, of course, considering your circumstances, but this is the tool. These are the tools that you can use in order to implement a hybrid class in your curriculum. And then, of course, the dissemination, which is the same as a multiplier event like this one that we are participating now. So thank you so much for your attention. And if you have any questions, ask me or Paulo, which is also part of this consortium. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Carla. Oh. Okay, we have now the next session with Professor Carmela from Universidade Autónoma de Madrid. Hi, Professor. Good
Hello.
morning.
Good afternoon.
Oh, good
Very
afternoon for you. Yes.
Yes, for
Okay.
me, actually.
That's
You're
a
right.
quick introduction.
Yes.
Professor Camela is the former Vice Director for the Internationalization Universidade Autónoma Madrid and UNICA Steering Committee. She's a full professor in biochemistry and molecular biology. Hopefully I didn't say anything wrong. So Professor Camela, the floor is yours for the Blended Learning Awards. Blended, I didn't change the team. So if you could introduce, sorry, thank you.
Yeah, do you hear me properly?
Yes, yes, I can hear you well.
I have had some problems listening to you all the time, so that's why I was a bit concerned, but I hope that everything goes fine. So now you see the full screen?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
Now we did.
No. Okay, let me check again. Okay.
Okay. Oh,
but I can't.
It vanished. Maybe
Yes.
Maybe you should stick to how it is.
Okay, let me try again, please. Okay, now I have changed. Okay, and you have seen. Okay, so yes, I thank you very much, Arlette. I thank you very much, the organizers also for inviting me to this very interesting meeting, actually, and this multiplying event of the project that I think it's really outstanding. Honestly, I haven't been in the first part of the meeting, but everything I have listened to and heard has been very, very, very inspiring. I am part of one of the projects that we are undertaking with under NOVA coordination, which is a blended learning award that is going on. But I today, together with my Professor Gianluca from Tor Vergata, that also takes part of the university in this blended learning award. We are talking about a bit of these programs of blended mobility. So I think it's quite interesting to have, after having heard about all these e-learning and all these digital tools that we are now learning, actually, as teachers, how we are developing actually and undertaking some of these blended mobility programs that are so interesting, but also pose some problems that we will be sharing probably later on in next year after we have developed the programs. So just a word on blended mobility before COVID. That was a concept. Oh, sorry. That was a concept that was being developed before COVID-19 obliged us to really implement many digital tools and digital learning, teaching, and for the students, digital learning. So I can tell you that I was in the working group. Oh gosh. In the working group that was trying to approach how we could make mobility for all in the new Erasmus program 21-27. That was in the fall of 2018. At the same time, at Autónoma of Madrid, we were starting to build up the project for European University Alliance. And so the objectives of that project had to contemplate a huge increase in mobility of students, teachers, and staff. And of course, the tools that, I mean, classical mobility was not affordable, really. And so we started to think how we could go to virtual mobility. And then this little group of teachers and myself that were learning how, I mean, searching actually, how could we implement mobility for a wider amount of students and teachers, actually, we ended up finding this concept of blended mobility. At the time, the European Association of Distance Teaching Universities were already talking about blended mobility, and there was one project that was had taken place already, actually, from 16 to 18, about blended mobility, and they had already done some pilot experiments. In that working group of trying to find tools for mobility for all, we presented this blended mobility concept. And 1 year after that, so in fall of 2019, so before just COVID, Erasmus authorities already presented us the idea to fund programs that would contemplate blended mobility. So that was really a huge, how to say, happiness for all that the people that had already thought about this blended mobility. Of course, then, okay, so I will show you what this European Association of Distance Teaching Universities had produced a very nice paper about defining blended mobility. So blended mobility would take all the developments of online and virtual mobility that was going on for those universities at the time currently, and then introducing this one physical mobility, shorter mobility, to complement the virtual mobility. So that was, as I say, before COVID, and then COVID struck, and we faced this problem of this second semester for all the Erasmus students that were stuck in the town. They were doing their mobilities, or they came back home. But of course, their universities, their host universities, were offering this online teaching, and Erasmus was not a direct acceptance, but really like, you know, towards the middle of the semester, they accepted the Erasmus mobility for the second semester as blended, first of all. So they would accept that as a mobility, but as you know, eventually it was only virtual, and that was they understood that the pandemic was going on. So for Erasmus 2020, the academic course 2020-2021, it was confirmed that they would accept this blended mobility, and even was encouraged. And then, of course, when they presented the new Erasmus program 2021 to 2027, they already had included these blended intensive programs to be funded. So actually, this for all European universities has been very welcome as a powerful ally, because we can use it really to implement complicated university and transnational programs much better, and actually funded by Erasmus program. And actually, you know, if you observed the plan for of the new Erasmus program, you can see that, of course, the intensive programs are new tools, but they also contemplate, of course, the blended student mobility to be funded specifically, blended staff mobility, and even more flexibility in doctoral mobilities. So, you know, all of these really like help implementing and encouraging these blended mobility programs. The call just gives the clues. Of course, a virtual component must facilitate, it can't be passive virtual component, but must facilitate collaborative online learning exchange and teamwork, as we have seen before and some other talks. Of course, the physical mobility must at least be 5 days, so that's 1 week in the host university, and be combined so that it has to be entangled, let's say, with the virtual component of the mobility, and it must award at least 3 ECTS credits. Of course, this blended mobility addresses mobility for all. We know that not all of students can go to a host university for the whole trimester or semester, or even, of course, 1 year, because shorter means compatibility with personal situations. We have also heard before about, you know, people that are working, that have dependencies, that cannot live really home for a long time, but can be exposed to different curricula, to really international teaching experience, to actually be able to choose an ample variety of courses from other universities. So that means more flexibility in the curricula. Of course, it increases, in my opinion, peer interactions and collaborations. My experience as a teacher, when we receive Erasmus students in our classrooms, actually not very extensive in health related or scientific courses, and they don't really integrate. I mean, they are, you know, the Erasmus are with other Erasmus, but they don't interact that much with the local students because there are groups that are already established. Instead, this blended mobility, because you need to have a virtual component and you have to organize it really with taking into account student interactions, etc., actually will facilitate peer instruction, multiple intercultural exchanges, etc., because you oblige really the international students to be with local students and with other international students. And of course, it encourages innovative teaching and learning. I was listening to the talk of our colleague from Futura that was very interesting. We need really to change the way we teach if we need to have a very strong component of virtual teaching. So, as I said, we are taking into account this virtual part to have a lot of teamwork, to really sort of carefully design the blended program, not blended mobility, but the blended learning part for this virtual mobility. So I can't teach you about that or really talk very much about that in that audience that we have learned so much about blended and e-learning. But you know, blended learning was sort of very simple. You had some face-to-face activities with some e-learning activities, and then it has evolved, of course, because face-to-face is not only the synchronous lectures, but you have collaborative work, you have peer learning, and in the classroom you are real work projects, and the e-learning, of course, you have many other possibilities than just some passive e-learning. And even now we know that the face-to-face in-class activities can be in virtual, and it can be really, you can do in-class activities that are more than lectures or other classical tools for teaching. So these blended mobility courses are basically a long-term virtual component with different activities in a blended format. And when I talk about blended learning in this case, is just to take into account that synchronous activities will be like in-class activities and some online activities for individual or teamwork, of course. And then the short-term physical component has also to be carefully designed because you need some face-to-face with teacher tutorials or even lectures, of course, or even evaluations. Of course, you will have a physical component of these teams that have been working for weeks or months online, and they will physically interact and be a really sort of strengthen their interaction. Oh my God! And then you have to also plan some social and cultural activities. I put here church just like for cultural visits, and of course to have to take the most out of this physical component in the city or the university you're going. So very briefly, I will present a CIVIS blended intensive program that a blended intensive program that we are starting to implement. Actually, yesterday was the first activity online on experimental models in molecular biomedicine. That's the course that we have been implementing for a long time already in the biochemistry degree in Autónoma of Madrid. So it has already a very sort of varied activities in the curriculum. And actually, when, of course, for the time of COVID, we implemented the course entirely online, but we kept this variety of activities. And of course, that encouraged us here at the Universidad Autónoma of Madrid to propose this course with 7 universities within this European University Alliance, CIVIS. We count on also Aix-Marseille University, the University of Athens, the University of Bucharest, Sapienza University, University of Tübingen, and Paris Le Dron University of Salzburg. Very, very briefly, and I hope that I will be able to present you the results and how it has gone. It's 7 universities that's involved. We present 8 models that are sort of organized in 8 workshops by 8 instructors. We present from different models we use in molecular biology that are very varied. I would go into it. We will have 17 weeks of virtual learning, and this virtual learning will comprise flipped lectures and seminars, instruction, tutored team projects and presentation, teamwork actually in class that is tutorized by the teacher, and then team presentations that will be teacher and peer evaluated. So we keep all the activities we have experienced for years, as I say, in the classroom at UAM or online in the times of COVID. And then we propose this week of physical mobility. At the end of the course, we will have individual evaluation, presentations, personal feedback, inspirational lectures. We will have company and scientific facilities visits on campus, and a cultural program to know a bit of Madrid and the life for students in Spain. And we have proposed the course to be modular. So the students have been able to choose between 4 workshops, 6 workshops, or 8 workshops, and then to be awarded with 3 ECTS, 5 ECTS, and 6 ECTS. And I think we have rather successful. We will see how to manage this, because it's not easy. I can tell you from yesterday, even in the first activity, that was not that we had some technical problems, but I hope that for this first week to solve them, and then next week they will start the first workshop. We have 30 students, 27 that are Erasmus, so we qualify for the funding from Erasmus program for a blended intensive program. and 3 local. That will be interesting as well, because they will be key, say, to help us for this social and cultural program at the end for the physical mobility. That's all from me. Here is my contact email, and thank you very much again for inviting me to this very interesting event.
Thank you, Professor. It's quite interesting to learn about the blend intensive programs, because most of us.
Okay, so that's it. Yeah. Okay.
Can you hear me, Professor?
No, I couldn't hear. Sorry. Can you repeat?
No, I was just saying it's quite interesting to understand and have a future of these new calls and type of programs that the mobility is enhancing. And with this, I will give the floor to our next speaker, Professor Gianluca from University of Tor Vergata, which will also present a blended intensive program on serious game, The Banker. And Professor, the floor is yours. Hi, Professor.
Okay.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Good morning, Professor.
Good morning. So first of all, congratulations for the event and for the project. I really enjoy to listen the meeting and learn a lot about what we can do online, blended with the new technology that is available. The idea of the speech that I will do now with you is to present you something a little bit different with respect to what was described by Carmela before. Carmela was talking about a BAP in the framework of a university alliance. What we will talk about is a BAP organized independently by a group of universities, 3 universities, and we will try to understand what are the choices and what are the problems that you may face when you are organizing this type of BAP. The idea is that we will describe a little bit what we have done, and we will try to point out by describing the BAP what could be the choices and what could be the main issue in organizing the event. The name is Serious Game, The Banker, because this was the focus of the BAP. Essentially, we focus on banking. We identify one company in Amsterdam that was able to provide us a business game on the banking sector. And we construct the BAP starting from the business game. So that is that we will prepare our students for doing the business game. We will do the business game, and we will make a debriefing and analysis of the game that we have just done with our students. How it's organized? As you know, as also Carmela said before, the BAP has to have a virtual component and a physical one. Our choice was to have the virtual component before the physical one, and to organize the virtual component with some special topics or some special issues that for us are relevant. So we did one first part of the virtual component that was essentially an ice-breaking activity in order to introduce the student each other and try to develop a connection among them. So try to help them to talk each other, to work together, and so on. And also try to provide the same level of fundamental knowledge for all the students that are participating in the program. In order to do it, so in order to give them the same level of knowledge, we involve the students of one of the partner university, the organizer that is the University of Mons, to provide a set of video lectures, a short one, let's say 5 to 10 minutes each of them, on the fundamentals of banking. So what is a capital requirement, what is the job of a bank, and so on. All the students, before doing the physical mobility, they have to attend this lecture, and they have also to reply to a short quiz online in order to show that they have done the lecture and they have listened the lecture. What else we have done is try to create value from our group of universities. The organizer is the University of Mons. The 2 partners are the University of Tor Vergata, where I'm working, and a university in Portugal that is named the University of Minho. What we are trying to identify is how to create value by this mix of expertise and mix of knowledge. And we decided to do it by inviting practitioners from each of the country in order to provide online a view, at least, about the characteristics of the market. What we have done is to invite someone from Millennium BCP, that is the largest private bank one of the largest private banks in Portugal, in order to talk about what is the competition and what are the characteristics of the players in the banking industry in Portugal. We invite someone from the Italian Banking Association in order to talk with us about the impact of macroeconomic environment on the banking dynamics, with a focus on Italy. And finally, we ask also to someone that is coming from Febelfin, so the Association of the Belgian Financial Institutions, and is the director of the association, in order to provide us a view about what is the impact of technology on the banking sector. So how the technology is changing the banking sector, what is the role of fintech, and so on. All these lectures were done on Teams and were compulsory for all the students. And in order to be interactive with the speakers, we know that online sometimes the students will not do questions or will not interact or will not follow as expected the lecture. So we ask them to prepare in advance a set of questions that they want to submit to the speakers. So when we arrive at the end with the Q&A, instead of asking who wants to make a question, we have already the set of questions and we can ask them to the speakers. And the speakers reply to all the questions provided by the students. This was the virtual component. After we moved to Mons in Belgium, in order to have the physical component, and in order to run the physical component in the university. As you can imagine, for the University of Mons, the workload was significantly higher, and so we had 3 people from the University of Mons that were involved in running this type of program. One is the coordinator of the international office, and 2 others are 2 colleagues from academicians from the banking sector. And for each of the university that was bringing students, we have 1 academic supervisor that was responsible to come to the event and work with the event. I was the one in charge for the University of Ronto Vergata, and Gilberto was the one from the University of Minho. What we have done is to organize in this week a set of activities that are necessary for the success of the game. So we met on December the 5th only in order to have a look at the event venue, so the university and so on. On December the 6th, we start working on the simulation and start discussing with the students about what they can do and what they are expected to do during the simulation. On December the 7th, the private company, come to the university and run the game for us. We were only involved in order to make, let's say, a supervision, but all the game was run by them. And the day after, we spent an half day only in order to make the debriefing about the game and the results of the game. The last day, it was free for everyone in order to have a look at the city and discuss about and try to make connection with someone and establish a long-term relationship with friends and so on. What is important is that this type of game that we were able to provide to our students was a game selected in order to be appealing for everyone. So in order to be appealing not only for the Italians or for the Belgian or for the Portuguese students, but appealing for all the students that wants to work in the banking industry. The game that we have selected was a game that was used for the selection procedure for hiring new employees by banks like ABN AMRO, by BNP Paribas, and so on. So theoretically, what they have done could be useful also for the job application, because they know now better what they can have when they are evaluated with a competition or a business simulation game. Some numbers in order to understand how it works, the BAP. we have a minimum number of people that has to attend coming from abroad. And we know that this minimum number of people by law, so on the basis of the regulation of the Erasmus agency, is 15. So theoretically, you can run the BAP if you have at least 15 students from abroad that will attend. We tried to reach this number. At the beginning, we were worried about it, but at the end, we discovered that it was quite easy to reach the target because the demand for this type of program is strong and huge. If you look at the numbers over there, we had at the end 52 students enrolled to the BAP. Theoretically, we need a number that is significantly lower. And so we were happy to know, to understand that there is a demand for this type of programs. In order to work in the program and try to develop interaction among students, we have created a set of groups that will be the banks in our game. And for creating the groups, we try to ensure that in the group, there is always someone from each of the 3 universities. Here you can see in blue all the students from Belgium, in red all the students from Migno, and in green all the students from Tor Vergata. As you can see, there is no group without all the universities enrolled in the program. So we are sure that by creating this type of groups, we can have all the partners involved in each of the group, and we try to promote interaction among them. One issue that you can have every time you are planning a BAP outside a university alliance is how to recognize this type of activity in the curriculum of the students. The approach adopted by the 3 universities involved is a little bit different because the workload for the students in Mons is higher than the others. Remember that during the virtual component of our BAP, there were some videos created and prepared by the students of University of Mons. So essentially for them, it's necessary to create an incentive for spending more time with respect to all the other students involved in preparing the activity and so on. Essentially what we have done is to identify, first of all, a master that can be interested to have students enrolled in the BAP. And we identified one master for the University of Mons and one master for the University of Migno, a couple of masters in the University of Tor Vergata. We issued a call and we ensure for the students that are coming from the University of Migno and University of Tor Vergata that the workload of 3 ACTS will be recognized as an extra activity in their program. So something that they have to do in order to reach the master degree, but is not related to a specific topic or a specific field or area. For the University of Mons, it was easier because they were the organizers. And so for them, the project was constructed on the topics of one course focused on bank and insurance, and on the topics of a course they are providing to their students that is called academic presentation. So how to do a presentation, or how to do a video and so on. And so they obtain the recognition of the 3 ACTS for this type of activities. For the funding of the project, you have 2 types of funding solutions that are available, one for the organizer and one for the partners. The organizer is obtaining a fixed fee related to the project that could be used and spent for doing something related to the virtual component or something related to the physical component. It's up to the organizer to decide how to spend this money. For the University of Mons, the choice was to invest mainly in the physical component and in the game and providing all the tools necessary for the game, and use the standard tools for doing the virtual component online. Because the virtual component online was done on Teams, was done by using solutions that are available online for free, like Padlet and so on. For the University of Migno and University of Tor Vergata, you have only scholarship for students and staff involved in order to pay the transportation up to the final destination and to pay also the accommodation in the area for the number of days of the physical component. So essentially there is no scholarship and no found for the virtual component, everything is focused on the physical component activity. When we talk about this physical component and we talk about the budget that we can have, there is also something that may matter and could represent an incentive for the students, because you will have a special additional contribution for students that have special needs. That could be problem of health or problem of economic issue, whatever. They can have access to additional money in order to support them in their visiting abroad. Moreover, if they try to organize the travel as a green travel, so reducing at the minimum the pollution, they will have also an additional contribution from the agency. So theoretically, what you will have over there will be enough for covering all the expenses that you will have abroad. What we had at the end, this is the picture of the end of the game. Here you can see the faculty and all the students involved in the game, and that's the main entrance of the University of Mons. We have some picture about the game that we played in the University of Mons, the certificates that we provide, and the venue of our event. During this type of BAP, it's also important to think about that for some of the students, it could be the first opportunity to have an experience abroad. So you have to try also to give them an idea about what is the value of the place in which they are going, what are the traditions over there, and so on. We were lucky because we organized this event in December in Mons, and in Mons, like in other places in Belgium, they have a strong, let's say, set of activities related to the Christmas time. So this is a picture of the main square of Mons, where you can see a Christmas village, where you can go and enjoy the Christmas time or the Christmas gift that you can find over there. So it was a way in order to show to all these students also how, especially in the north of Europe, they celebrate Christmas and how they work differently than us. At the end, what we have was also a survey about the satisfaction on the program. They say that they learn something about risk, about strategy, about management, and so on. But what else we asked them was a judgment with only one word about the program. And we were happy about the answer that we received, because they say that it was something that was nice, fun, exciting somehow. And at the end, what they say is that this type of activity was unique with respect to the standard experience they had abroad. What else was important for us is that by looking at the people, the 50 people attending to the program, we discovered at the end, we didn't know at the beginning, but we discovered at the end that less than 40% of them had already an experience of study abroad. So it means that for the 60% of them, the project that we have created was a project that was useful for having the first experience abroad. And that's theoretically what is the purpose, or what could be one of the purpose of the BAP, and why we can run a BAP in our university. Thanks a lot for attending, and I'm here for any question that you may have on the program that we were sharing.
Thank you, Professor. I have a question for both of you, Carmela, Gianluca. We talk about this new version of mobility, blended mobility. You talked about your experiences, but my question is, when you apply for this kind of program, for these calls, is it an easy application? Is it the easy way to construct the program? Tell us about your challenges. Tell us about what made you, how do you assess it in the point of the application process? Because nobody talks about that part. And I think it's important for at least one of us wanted to make a beep. And it's important to have your feedback. how challenging is it? How do you construct it? What were the main situations that you found within the partnership that constraints and positive things that came from this BEEPs? Because it's a new modality, although it already existed. For me, it's kind of new. And for all of us here, maybe you want to make a BEEP, but how do we make it? How do we do it? So I could, if you could at least share your site, your part from that part, the application, what does that mean? What are the struggles? That would be a very good view for our part as well when starting this BEEP. Thank you. Professor Camelo, if you want to start.
I think maybe Professor Matarucci can help us more, because I can tell you about some of our problems, but a BIP that has been already done, I think it's more of value.
Okay, Professor Gianluca.
Okay. I will start. Okay, so talking about the BIP, essentially the application procedure is quite easy, because you as university, you apply for the BIP to your national agency, and normally the national agency will tell you every year how many BIP you can organize. So theoretically, the university level is quite easy, and every year you will know how many BIP you can run. The problem may come when you manage it at the university level, and when you try to manage it also with the partners. Let's start with the university level. As you can imagine, you cannot run a BIP for everyone, and so you have to identify a set of criteria in order to rank a BIP, and try to identify those that are more interesting for the university point of view. And this is a little bit challenging. This is not so easy. What you can try to do is try to learn from someone that is already trying to do it. For example, Carmela can talk about it a little bit later. CIVIS, so the University Alliance where Autonoma is working, they have identified a set of criteria for ranking BIP proposals. And you can follow their example in order to learn from them how you can do it. Once you have identified the program that you want to run, there is the last step that is even more challenging, that is to interact with the partners that are selected for the BIP. In our case, it was Migno and Mons. We were lucky because I know personally all the colleagues that were involved in organizing the project. So both the instructor from Mons and Migno, we know each other. And so it's quite easy to interact with them. If you don't know them, and you try to interact with someone that you don't know, it may be a little bit a problem, or it may be a little bit challenging to manage it. Think about that every university has its own procedure, and sometimes you can run out of time because the procedure of some universities is too long or too complex. In order to make for you an example, from the University of Mons and University of Migno, essentially they were very disappointed about how long does it take for us to make a call and identify students for the program. For them, it was 1 week. For us, it was 1 month and a half. So you have to manage the different time that is necessary for organizing the program and try to take the best. But my suggestion or my advice is it's a quite complex activity. Try to do it with someone that you already know, and so you can interact directly. Otherwise, it could be very challenging to do it from scratch without knowing the parties involved.
Okay, we also have a question from our audience. They asked us if the BIP, does it occur once a year or every year? How many years does the BIP goes on?
The BIP, if we talk about the BIP outside the University Alliance, so the standard BIP offered by Erasmus is only once. You do once and that's it. If you offer it in the University Alliance, you can take it something that can be repeated several times if you want over time.
Okay.
Yes,
so Sarah from Lisbon. Hi, Gianluca and Carmela. I have a question concerning the banker BIP, the Unitov BIP, which is how have you tried to scale it up for a kind of a mentorship program? I mean, since this is a very specific BIP, a very thematic BIP with people from the market, from the job market, people from the university. It's a combined version of a market-oriented program. Should be, if you had tried or not to scale it up for a mentorship program, if online mentorship program, and I'm asking this because we are trying to design something like that within the Utopia Alliance. So it was just to know if you had some tips on this. And the other question is, well, the certification in both cases, it goes for the it's like an extracurricular activity, right, for both cases. Is it possible for a student, for instance, outside the Master in Finance, to attend the BIP as a elective course or as a? And these are my questions. Thank you both.
Okay, first of all, we didn't think about scaling up the program before doing it. Once we have done it, we start discussing about how to do it, but we are still discussing the idea, and so I cannot provide any suggestion about how to do it, but it's true that we can do something. For the recognition of the CTS, the approach was different in Minho with respect to Tor Vergata. In Minho, they decided that it was offered only to the master program. That's it. And they enroll almost all the students in the master program to the BIP. For us, we adopt a different approach because we have different numbers for each of the master program, and we open the BIP to everyone, putting only a requirement that they had to be enrolled to a master and they had to have a minimum language requirement. At the end, what we discovered is that by doing it, we were also able to have people that were not so expected to join the program. For example, people that were enrolled to a master program in Italian with an English language proficiency of C1, they apply and they get in. Our target was mainly for students enrolled to an English master program, but at the end we discovered that there was demand also from the Italian, so local language program. And at the end, probably this will be the approach that we will use always for every BIP, because we discovered that it's successful and can support more inclusion of our students. And I missed one of the questions, but I don't remember. Okay.
Okay, if I may, just to tell you about my experience. I think there are two aspects very important to organize a BIP. One is the academic organization. And of course, that needs definitely a very well-structured virtual program. So if you want really to have a competitive course, an interesting course, and a course that could even be recognized as a part of your degree. Why? Because actually the students, the Erasmus students, have to sign a learning agreement. So actually it could be recognized as one of the courses of their program they're doing, whether it's master or under or degree. Then, of course, this virtual program, and for me, it was an advantage to have such a good structure. I mean, the course we give in Madrid is just as organized the same way, because there are different teachers that conduct each of the workshops, each model with different activities, very blended, more than blended, more, it's innovative in that it's not lectures and say seminars and then practical. No, it's just really very entangled. There is a scientific seminar, then there are sessions in class where the teams are working and the professor. So that was already structured. That was already sort of experienced online because of the COVID. So when I offered my colleagues that I already knew, as Gianluca has said, within Civis to apply for this BIP within Civis, then of course it was very easy. But I started with 3 colleagues, so that were 4 people there, and of course that I that was easy to go. But then I jumped upon an opportunity to have a physical mobility in Madrid early September, once the BIP had been approved to be developed during the second semester of this academic year. And then I invited, of course, the 3 colleagues of mine that we knew each other and we were closer, with other people from other universities in Civis that I have never seen before, or I didn't know. And I also invited, that was a 2 days mobility. So that's very important to discuss in person and with time, because the first reaction of anybody that you present this is just, well, we have a problem because the timings, for the students in Tübingen or in Madrid are different. Yeah, of course. I mean, the semesters are run differently, etc. Or the ECTS. We never have 3 ECTS. We have 5 ECTS courses. This kind of very quick reaction saying, oh, well, that's very difficult, because it's difficult indeed. But that if you are in person, you can really sort out. The other thing is that I invited, along with my colleagues and these new professors that I contacted, really not random, but I looked for departments or individuals that were doing nice experimental models, and they were teachers in the university. So I contacted them that way. I invited, along with the academics, the students, some students, master students, PhD students. And that was, I can tell you, absolutely the difference. Because the students, when I explained the structure I was proposing for the BIP, they immediately spotted some problems from a student point of view, of timing, of amount of work, etc. So that we changed that. We did some flipping teaching, which was not contemplated at first. We introduced this modularity so that people can attend only, 4 workshops, which is 8 weeks, 3 hours per week, and get the 3 CTS. But some others can attend the whole set of workshops and have 6 ECTS, or they can attend an intermediate and get 5 ECTS. That is their university sort of, of money change that they need for their learning agreement. So that was absolutely essential to ask for the perspective of a student. I invited also some ex-students of mine in the Spanish course, so they could say the values of it. And then there are the technical problems, which I can tell you I experienced yesterday already. So 1 hour online, it's a long time and it's a short time. I mean, in that, you have experienced the smallest problem, and then the timing is ruining it. So I am really looking forward, and I told them, I mean, we are doing the experiment together. They are extremely enthusiastic people. I agree with Gianluca that there is no problem in recruiting students. They are really longing for this kind of new ways. They are far more used than us to interact online. They have no problem whatsoever with interacting online. And of course, they are also looking forward to meet in Madrid in person. So I will be very excited to let you know what have been the real feeling of this course, which is also, you know, in a field that is not easy to program some practical activities as you know, in a very experimental matter. So that's my experience I can share with you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor. It's great to have your feedback and quite the challenges, but I think it's a good challenge. So I think for today, that is all. In Portugal time is already lunchtime. I think already for you it's afternoon. So I would like to thank all of you for being with us, and hopefully we'll stay in touch. Yes. And if you have any questions and if you want to address any information regarding the sessions, regarding the information that was done here, we are more than welcome to share with you, and hopefully we'll have other events and have your insights from the project feedback. So thank you so much for everyone for participating. Thank you.
Thank you, Arlette.
Bye, everyone. Thank you.